someone call a doctor? Mercy on call. The fight has only just begun. Heroes never die.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, hello and welcome to the Ride of the Valkyries tournament. My name is Warren Jungle God Hammond, and today joined on the mic by K-Wing. How are you doing today?
I'm doing absolutely amazing. We have got some of the best Mercy players out there, ready and raring to square off in this tournament where Mercy is a must-have. And I'm excited to see what these players can bring.
We're going to have a fantastic time. Now, today we're going to start things off with the Swiss stage. So, we're here in the Valkyrie division. This is GM all the way through to top 500. Going to be participating in this division, which you're going to be seeing coming up here. And like you said, Mercy must pick. Always got to have Mercy. There's a couple exceptions, right? You can speed boost with Lucio out of spawn on a couple of the map types, but everything else you have to play Mercy. In addition, one other interesting thing I think we should talk about is that Sojourn gonna be completely banned. No Sojourn at all during this tournament. So with those two things, I anticipate we're gonna see a lot of very interesting comps here today.
Yeah, we were talking before we went on to broadcast, and we said that we might see a lot of Pharah Mercy. We might see a lot of the Ashe Mercy. A lot of the heroes that you see Mercy with most often due to the potency of either that Guardian Angel or or just in general the damage boost, especially with Ashe. You're looking at a lot of different compositions, and I think we could even see some funny compositional picks today. One thing I wanted to see when I was like getting ready for this, one thing I want to see the Ana Mercy comp, not just because it's going to be good to dish out that healing, but I also want to see doubling up that support ult, nanoing the Valkyrie, and sending in your Mercy like the most deadly butterfly there is, and just having her swoosh right in the back line and just wreck everyone. Because I think that would be hilarious.
Oh yeah.
And I'm here not for good Overwatch. I'm here for funny Overwatch.
I like that. Me too. I think it's gonna be fantastic. Yeah, everybody loves a good murder moth, right? On the prowl. And I think we're absolutely gonna see that at some point here today. Now, as we said, it's going to be the Swiss stage today. Tomorrow, we're going to get into a double elimination bracket. Now, we're starting out with 46 teams in this division. That's going to be whittled down to the top 8. And you did some math beforehand. You took a peek at, what this means for these teams. How much wiggle room do they have? How many mistakes can they make? How many games can they drop?
Yeah, that is the big question here, is how many games can these teams afford to lose before they're standing in that double elimination bracket tomorrow is threatened. And the answer is, if you lose one, your position is dubious, tenuous. But if you lose two, it is going to be very difficult. So any team that loses more than just one game is going to be in a lot of trouble unless they have really high tie breaks and not a lot of 5-0s and 4-1s in their division.
Yeah,
that could be trouble for them. So every single game in this Swiss system is so important, because if you lose one, you cannot lose another. This is basically a double elimination tournament for every single team here, and if you lose
actually,
two,
yeah, even here in the Swiss
out.
stage. That's a good point.
Even in the Swiss stage, you lose two, you're pretty much out.
Well, we're going to be jumping into the game here very, very soon, but last couple of things wanted to mention. It is going to be a $600 prize pool for first place, 250 for second. Up first here today, we've got 2 Europeans, 3 Konas, and Accursed Angels. Now, Accursed Angels, don't know a whole lot about. These are a lot of unknown names to me, but we've got a lot of well-known streamers on 2 Europeans, 3 Konas. In particular, my eyes are going to be on Bogur. I want to see this Winston come out, right? Like, in fact, I'm actually surprised that we don't see that right now, K-Wing.
Yeah, we're seeing this Reinhardt, both teams teleporting on. Though. Oh, that's an early pick.
Well, Space the Ace starting things off really great here for the Accursed Angels. Without Gatsby there to put in those healings, things are going to look a little rough. But Bogur able to find a pick on a Murph, so the damage that's going to be done here, not necessarily as big as they had hoped. Now things still going poorly for 2 Europeans. It's going to be Accursed Angels taking this first point.
Killer T was just able to set up on the point better than Kylie, and a little bit of miscommunication there from 3 Europeans, 2 KKonas, as you had the Reinhardt trying to go in on main, and you had the Symmetric teleporting up to the top, and you have Killer T with a huge lead on that ult charge, huge swap from 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas. And I think that's the interesting thing is you're going to see that first pick priority that we see a lot in Overwatch 2 take a bit of a back seat with the Mercy Resurrection. And oh, Bogur goes down.
Yeah, Bogur is down onto the Winston now, so this is a little bit more in line with what we are expecting. Rez, like you said, comes in. Bogur now has to back up to the rest of their team as the Accursed Angels have a pretty nice lockdown here on this point, especially with this wall coming out as well. Killer Twins with that online. Clem's holding on to the Kitsune rush as well. They're going to pop it as soon as that window goes down. Barcode going to be the first to fall here. Kylie not going to be long for this world as well. And Accursed Angels once again going to be able to hold on to point.
Yeah, they're doing really well at taking down 2 European 3 KKonas. They're finding the overcommits from these players and really taking advantage. And you've seen some really good play in terms of controlling the space with this Reaper just dishing out the damage. But now you've got a scary ult combo with the Nano. Oh, it's not going to go into the Mercy. I'm sad.
No, it's not. It's going to be Bogur, though, causing a lot of mayhem. Now they are able to primal Killer Twins into the void. Space the Ace trying desperately to hold on, swinging around on point, looking just about everywhere. Barcode with 2. Gonna be able to knock down the Accursed Angels quite a bit, and it's about time because this point just about maxed out for the Accursed Angels. 2 Europeans, 3 Konos. They have to get this fight win.
That they do, they will. It's 99%. They've got the ults though to start this rotation and start to use maybe just about 2 ults per fight. And if they can do that and start charging up those support ultimates, Bogur's Primal Rage, and then start rotating, they have the chance here, but they don't have as much staying power as Accursed Angels did.
No, they don't. It's gonna be Deadeye now out for Kylie. Buying a little bit of time, making a little space. Nice anti-nade hits, though. 2 members of the Accursed Angels. They're going to have to back off. Kylie, she comes away with a beautiful shot onto Murph as well. And once again, 2 Europeans, 3 Konas. Going to be able to hold on here.
Yeah, the 3 KKonas really doing well for the blue team now as they've done about what you want, but they didn't charge up those support ults as quickly as you want. Now they're coming in to this next fight with not much in the way of ultimates. They need to hope that Bogur can charge up this Primal Rage really quickly and start to delay because they're going into a Death Blossom and soon a Kitsune rush from the Angels.
Exactly. Gatsby gonna have to be sure they hold on to that sleep because a Death Blossom right in the middle of everything could spell doom. But already Barcode not gonna be found anywhere. Bogur forced to pop the Primal Rage, so keeping everybody off point. But now Murph gonna drop in behind everybody. They've got the Death Blossom ready to go. Anti-nade already been used. Gatsby is down. Accursed Angels pushing back in now. They've got opportunity. They've got the means by which to take this out. Death Blossom on the coast. That's gonna be it. The Accursed Angels coming away with the first round here on Lijiang Tower.
Really amazing stuff there. I love also that Murph could have gotten that last pick with the Death Blossom onto Somnus, but it ended up being Fox's Deluxe who took out their counterpart in the Mercy and just got that Mercy diff. I just think that's a great way to end it off. And for 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas, they had a pretty rough time with getting into the point and breaking that Symmetra hold. So they're looking now at a very different composition, showing the Symmetra Bastion. And I'm interested to see what they end up pulling out once this once the Symmetra gets the opportunity to switch, because I've seen similar compositions like this, and I've actually seen the Torbjorn coming in on this, where they've swapped out these really powerful abilities, the transformation. Oh, barcode. I've been completely baited.
Yeah, barcode. She's gone back over to the Hanzo. Tossing in a few storm arrows to the mix. That's going to be a javelin, though, knocking her back into a wall, able to recover from it pretty quickly. Accursed Angel is having a hard time pushing out onto point. Mercy right in the middle of it, though. Kind of a dangerous position for them. But Fox's Deluxe still online, still up. And now a point controlled by Accursed Angels. 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas, gonna give it away. They're gonna give it up to them. They just didn't have enough in the tank to try and push onto point. Killer Twins, though, gonna be the last person remaining on point. There's the protection, Suzu, to keep them up. As 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas now start to push back in. Space the Ace going down pretty low. It's gonna be a Graviton Surge, though. Oh. 2 players caught in it. 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas, and 3 picks gonna start it out and give them the first fight win. But there's 20% already on the board for the Angels.
That was some good early positioning from the Angels, completely avoiding white room and going straight to point, which is usually what you would see the composition 2 Europeans plays. Early pick coming in from barcode, but it's immediately resurrected. And that's what I was saying there. These early picks, these random headshots that are coming out, you're not going to see them matter as much because that resurrection can come right in. It's an important piece of utility, but it's so much more important than being down one person.
Both supportive ultimates out for both teams right now. Barca gonna throw in a Dragon Strike, try to push back the Accursed Angels. Space the Ace has built up this Terra Surge now, pushing in with it as hard as they can. They are able to knock Bogur back just a little bit with that Javelin. Here comes the Terra Surge now. He's a little bit of damage in, but more of the damage going into Space the Ace. Instead, they're forced to back out and try again despite no picks coming in.
They used those ultimates and really didn't push further off them. Space used the Terra Surge a bit in no man's land. Murphy's gonna get picked off in a really unfortunate position. What a grab. What a grab.
Yeah, there we are gonna see the Suzu come in and hold a couple people alive for just a moment, but a moment is all it really was. Rez comes in from Somnus as well, and Geoprines 3 KKonas back to full strength.
That they are, and that's huge. Again, this Mercy Resurrect is going to be a big tool, and using it at the right time is going to be the difference between a team winning and a team going down early. As can they get the resurrection is the question. Huge move there to drag the dead body.
Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic. Highly slowing everybody down, coming through that choke, and with that barcode, it's just a shooting gallery for them. Space the Ace on point, but 99% to go. We will see overtime, but it's not gonna matter. And this first map, even at 1.
That it is, and really heads up play from 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas, as when that first pick came in, I've been talking about it for these first 2 rounds, that sometimes those first picks aren't as impactful. They pushed in and took advantage of those few seconds where you didn't have they were down that player and that resurrect could not come in. Barcode especially playing really smart and using the Dragon Strike to make sure that when Fox's Deluxe came in and tried to resurrect, they found themselves with a face full of dragon. Now you're coming in to 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas on the Ramatra. Somnus going to speed out of point and switch onto the Mercy, so will Fox's Deluxe. You're going to get a TP onto point, so can the Europeans push in? They struggled against the Symmetra at first, but that first pick's going to be huge.
That absolutely is. Fox's Deluxe going to have to try and get that res as quickly as they can, but it looks like they've got their hands a little too full. Clems goes down very, very low. 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas. They are not taking no for an answer, and they will very quickly secure this first point.
That is what they needed on the first point. On Night Market, they needed to get on that first point, they needed that rush, and they needed to break through the early Symmetra hold, and they were able to do that. And now Accursed Angel, we're seeing this composition finally come out that we've been thinking about all day. The Echo and the Mercy, but Barcode finds the headshot.
Barcode, she just can't be stopped today. Barcode has opened things up in a huge way at the beginning of several of these fights, and this one is absolutely no exception. So it's going to be about 40% on the board before the Accursed Angel is really going to have an opportunity to touch point. But right now, 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas, they're pushing through. We've got the ultimate coming out from Bogur as well, though Kylie going down very low. Killer Twins able to get a pick there. Bogur holding on strong here. Ultimate about to expire. They are forced to back off. And look at this. Killer Twins again is out. Kylie going to be rezzed though, so 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas, backing up just a little bit, giving a little bit of space, but honestly not too much, K-Wing.
No, and even if the Angels win this fight, it's going to be so difficult for them to really... There's so much delay that they're going to have just given up an entire fight's worth of time, and they're not even capping point. They're pushing forward a little more, and that's what you want to see. But 71% for 2 European, 3 KKonas, and they're coming up on 3 huge ultimates. You've got the Kitsune Rush, the Valkyrie, and you've got the High Noon. Those are all things that can put Mercy in a lot of danger at Fox's Deluxe, but early Kitsune from Clems.
Yeah, we're gonna have both support ultimates popped now by 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas. Deadeye out from Kylie as well. It will land. It's gonna be Clems out of the fight. Fox's Deluxe going very low. It will be 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas retaking this point, and now the Accursed Angels are looking at last fight territory.
That they are. It's going to be down to the Annihilation versus the copy from Accursed Angels. It's Murph and Bogur. Whoever can get the most value out of that ultimate is going to be the team that takes the point.
Wow.
And, oh, what was that?
Barcode, that was nasty. It's gonna be Tracer barely touching point. Killer Twins forced to recall as well. We do have the duplicate coming on for Murph. They've gone to the Ramatra. The ultimate though from Bogur keeping them at base. Basically is trying as hard as they can to build theirs. There's gonna be 2 online for Accursed Angels here very, very soon as Murph has one of their own. Overtime has been committed, but Barcode again on the Killer Twins. These logs that Barcode has been launching through the air have been absolutely spectacular. Bogur with a couple of picks. Macy Ace not going to be outdone with a pair of their own. Fox's Deluxe has the res onto Killer Twins. And now with both DPS down for 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas, they're forced to back away.
That was so good there from Murph. Keeping that ultimate up for so long and allowing space to charge up their ultimate. You've got Clems coming up for the Kitsune Rush, but it's still going to be really difficult as 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas are coming up on not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 ultimates. Huge ultimates. Every single ultimate that they did not have in that last fight, they are within 15% of charging. That's going to come up in the next fight. You are going to need a huge pulse bomb or for Clems to charge up the Kitsune Rush in legendary time. Can they do it?
Well, and you know that Barcode's going to be looking out for Killer Twins left, right, and center. Murph takes a lot of damage, but throws in a few sticky bombs. We're going to have Kitsune Rush and the Valk on point for 2 Europeans. Deadeye from Kindly lands. Fox's Deluxe is out. Everybody falling down to the wayside as well. 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas. They will be able to take this point. They will take the first map of Lijiang Tower in this first to 2 Swiss stage.
Huge stuff there from Kylie on that last fight. That was just the Deadeye getting the early pick onto the Mercy. You had just pick after pick after pick coming out, and they saved that entire series for 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas. And Killer Twins there on this play of the game as well, just really good stuff. And you saw exactly how quickly that these teams can learn and come back from this, because you saw round 1, 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas struggled a lot to break that Symmetra hold and to get through. You saw Bogur at one point trying to dive out, but just getting stopped in place by those Symmetra turrets and ending up dying because they were just sitting in choke. And you saw them immediately learn. On round 3, not only did they break the Symmetra hold, they didn't even let it get started in the first place. The coordination was so much better. We have a total mercy kills counter. That's fantastic. I love
Wait, where was that? I missed it. That's fantastic. Yeah.
No, it's in the bottom right. It's in the bottom right.
Oh, I see it. Okay, yeah, awesome. We got one on board. That's good. We gotta start. You're doing Skiesti proud. By the way, a big shout out actually to Skiesti, first of all, for putting this tournament together and getting us all here today. So thank you so much for doing that. And you know, this is a first to two. The Swiss stage is first to two, so there is not a whole lot of wiggle room, right, for either of these teams. And we saw the Accursed Angels, they put up a great fight, but just unable to get it done. And like you said, such great adaptation coming out from two Europeans, allowing them to come back in that series.
Yeah, no, that was incredible. The adaptation, the communication, and just the improvement that you saw. And now we're looking at map selection. And the way we're doing this is map 2 is going to be loser's pick. It is going to be the hybrid map, and it is now Blizzard World. Why do you think, Juggle? Why do you think they picked this?
One of the ideas I have is that they're looking to enable potentially some long-range DPS here. You look at first point, and there's just these tremendous sight lanes that a Widowmaker, that an Ashe, that a Hanzo can take advantage of. But to be perfectly honest, you're kind of playing right into the hands of TRPN's 3 KKonas as well. I mean, we saw how much barcode popped off on that Hanzo. So that's where my mind initially goes for Accursed Angels, but again, not necessarily sure this was absolutely the best pick here. In addition, you know, you have Bogur, right? And on attack on that Winston, they're going to be able to close the distance to point pretty effectively. They're going to be able to kind of put a lot of pressure on that high ground right before first point. So this is an interesting pick to me, and I've got to be honest, I'm not entirely seeing the logic, the reason behind it from Accursed Angels, because I kind of feel like this point plays into a lot of the strengths of 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas.
It's interesting. For hybrid, we do have a map pool for this. For the hybrid map,
yes.
For hybrid maps, the pool is Blizzard World, Numbani, Midtown, Paraíso. So you have my personal guarantee. No King's Row. None of it. But back to a more serious point, if you're looking to try and shut down this Hanzo, what map would you think to go to, and how would you try and shut down the Hanzo on the Blizzard World? Because I'm looking at this, and there's a lot of pretty good I mean, Numbani might be good for the shorter sight lines and tighter chokes.
But then you're playing into Bogur, right? Then you're playing into the Winston pick.
It's a bit of a catch-22, isn't it?
Yeah, we are headed into game, though. We're going to get a look to see how these teams are going to position themselves, what they're going to do. If it were my pick, honestly, would have gone to Paraíso. I think that would have been a strong pick here for Accursed Angels, because the sight lines, they're a lot less prevalent. Midtime, you still have them on second point. I could see that being a decent pick as well, though, but yeah, to me, Paraíso seems like a good spot. But we do find ourselves here at Blizzard World. It will be the Accursed Angels on defense here first, and we do have the Ashes in play.
It's going to be tough, though, for Murph especially, because you're playing into 2 hit scans, 2 pretty dominant hit scans we've seen pop off so far. So you're going to need to be careful, or that's going to happen. Barcode with the early pick.
Yeah, the res will come in, but in the meantime, Barcode picks off Fox's Deluxe. Thought they were safe, thought they had peeked around the corner or kept themselves around the corner just enough, but that is not the case. So, 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas pushing forward. Dynamite gonna do a lot of damage here to Space the Ace. They're gonna be able to push back, though, and force Barcode to move around to the other side. They bite off a little more than you chew. Focus immediate from Murph, able to take them out, but the res will be there, and this time Somnus able to hold on, able to keep themselves out of harm's way. Kylie finds another one. Space the Ace nowhere to be found. 2 ticks on the board. Somebody's gonna have to contest, but this fight is essentially over.
Yeah, that's really difficult there. You had you had your projectile character going up against a really two hit skins who we have seen pop off time and time again.
Yeah.
Killer Twins loses a hit scan duel, and there's just not much you can do as Space the Ace just goes down.
Yeah, Space the Ace found out the hard way right there. Kylie clicking heads. Bogur will be able to find a pick as well. Murph takes out one of the sniper threats, but you know, we didn't even actually talk about Kylie yet. I mean, Kylie and Widowmaker, it's you know, there's hardly a more classic combination. So you know, this double sniper look coming out from 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas. Accursed Angels needs to do something drastically different here.
Completely agree. They need to either try and win this hit scan duel, and that's what they're trying to do with Killer Twins going on to the Widow. But the question is, can they? As now the Infrasight coming up from Kylie, it's going to be really difficult to try and figure that out. How? Kylie hit that shot.
I know, that's ridiculous. And what a shot, Kylie! That was absolutely insane, making it look easy. Accursed Angels trying to push forward right now, but they're, you know, they're staring down the barrel of this gun from Kylie, and that's making it very difficult. Spacey Ace will be able to deal with a Bob, apparently. Their own Bob? What was that? Spacey Ace, though, continuing to push forward here. Accursed Angels finding some way to fight back in this battle. But it took both support ults.
That it did. It took the Annihilation, the Kitsune Rush. We got a Mercy kill. But we got the Annihilation. We had the Kitsune Rush, and you had the Valkyrie. That is a heavy ult investment. All you have is your DPS ults, and those are some quick charging ultimates. The Pulse Bomb and the Infrasight. Definitely influential, but it's going to be really difficult to win against 2 European 3 KKonas. Thankfully, they do end up swapping Bogur onto the Reinhardt. So it's going to be the Reinhardt versus the Ramatra in this Brawl-esque composition. And what are they? What?
What? Bogur? What was this prediction? Did you catch a glimpse of Murph falling back? Did you know they were coming back from spawn? That was ridiculous. Another charge comes in. Not going to find anything this time, but Murph does connect with the Pulse Bomb. Gatsby doing a lot of work before they're taken down. It's going to be Barcode finding Murph once again. It's been a tough time for these Tracers here today, and with that, 3 KKonas comes back in and takes the point. I don't know if they're going to have an opportunity to contest in a meaningful way, but I say that, and then Killer Twins shows up in a massive way.
Who let me cook? It's burning from Somnus. I was waiting for these guys to start talking in general in match chat, because I knew it was going to be a bunch of memes. But really, I'm still just so amazed by Bogur just looking into their crystal ball and just knowing exactly when to charge, just doing the advanced calculus. And anyone gonna touch the point? Any point touches in the chat? Any point touches in the chat?
Yeah, they're winning the fight. Right? I mean, yeah, the Mercy's down, but okay, now Barcode is showing up again. Now Barcode coming back alive. Card is under their control again, and the Accursed Angel's just falling back.
I'm disappointed, Juggle. I'm disappointed.
I know, it's the first game. All right, we got our first C9, right?
First C9 in our first game. Little disappointing in that, but
first match, I guess.
First match, true. But Bogur's going way into the back line.
Yeah, they do eventually pay for it with their life, but they created so much space that the card's going to get a ton of progress here. Even though they go down, the rest of the team able to clean up.
That they are, and now going into the wow, just holding the door. No one can do a. This is BM at this point. You're just holding the door. The Bob at the spawn door. No, that's dirty. They're gonna lose it though.
It is going to be Accursed Angels with a 1-player lead at the moment. Spacey Ace now pushing forward, seeing if they can get everybody else. We got another Mercy pick. It's going to be Fox's to luck putting one on the board. I think we are up to 3 now, if memory serves me correctly. But 2 minutes on the clock here still. K-Wing.
That it is. 2 minutes back on the clock. And this is where it's going to get really tough for 2 European 3 KKonas. They don't have much in the way of ultimates. They have the Kitsune Rush, so do the Accursed Angels. So have to see if someone can get picked. And wow! These Widows, man.
Yeah, these Widows showing up in a big way. Kylie with 2 picks right now. 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas are getting close to completing this map. Minute and a half on the clock. Space the Ace over onto the Battle Cattle now, trying as much as they can to stay alive, but they're not going to be long for this world. Tracer coming out now. Murph, that will be Killer Twins, does find Somnus, though. That's a big pick that could help them hold on, especially since they're going to have the spawn advantage here, K-Wings.
That's absolutely true, but Kylie is still out in force, and the hit scan of 2 Europeans.
Wow, Space the Ace, their armor is gone. All of their fortifying abilities nowhere to be found. Minute 01 on the clock.
That
finishing with time, honestly, on Blizzard World is very impressive. In a minute, that's looking great.
A minute and 1 second too. That is huge.
Right.
That means,
yeah, actually, that 1 second.
If that 1 second, the fact that that is 1 minute and 1 second and not 59 seconds is so huge, because if Accursed Angels finish even in overtime, if they finish in overtime, they do not get an attack. Yeah. That is so huge there for 2 Europeans, and that is just razor edge for this team. If you had just a few more seconds of stall coming out from the Angels, you would have seen, you would have put yourself in a much better situation. But now the Angels, A, need to finish, B, need to finish with time.
Yeah.
And that is, like you said, hard on Blizzard World.
It really
is difficult.
Yeah, you get to that third point and things just become so tough. And it was really impressive too that 3 KKonas, they were able to push through. It's still on that Winston composition, right? We did see Space the Ace go over to the Orisa, and that's gonna have so much more staying power. And with the spawns that close, it just means that your uptime for that hero, for that character, is gonna be tremendous. But moving on to the attack now here from the Accursed Angels, they will Somnus asking for a Mercy 1v1 to see if they get point. I love it. This is totally a theme. I love it. I'm here for it. I'm here.
Do it.
Production started chanting, do it in our ears. So we're all here for it. We're all here for it. We're with you, Somnus. But it looks like it's maybe not gonna happen here. Yeah. A little disappointing.
Sad. Very sad.
You have Accursed Angels, though, pushing up to point very quickly. Killer Twins able to take out one of the biggest threats here for the 3 KKonas. Space the Ace finding Somnus, too. That's going to open things wide open here. Accursed Angels coming back into this with a vengeance, capturing just about as fast as the 3 KKonas.
That's huge, though.
Yeah.
Getting this point, getting that first point early and getting a big time bank for the more difficult second point and the even more difficult third point is huge. Having 5 minutes on the clock going into point Bravo is massive, and they're going to need every second of it. The Accursed Angels, they also charge up their ults pretty quickly, so they're coming up on some big ones, especially that Annihilation.
Yeah, if Space the Ace gets that online quickly, that could be devastating, especially with Killer Twins taking Bogur out as well, because that was one of the few tools that I feel like 3 KKonas kind of had in their pocket, right? You use some bubbles, you charge up your beam as Zarya, and that could lead to a lot of good stuff. But Bogur is actually going to swap over to the Reinhardt, potentially looking for a little bit more brawl power. Killer Twins has respawned, but Fox's Deluxe, we got another one. Gatsby nowhere to be found. Here is the Annihilation from Space the Ace, but it's not going to be for very long. And in fact, Barcode finishes them off.
They do save the Annihilation, which is huge for the Accursed Angels. That fight, they will lose it, but they won't commit any ults to it. And that allows them to now come into this next fight, which is through a difficult choke point, but they have so many ults. Bogur with the Shatter takes out Fox Deluxe.
Yeah, but Killer Twins able to get the shot onto Bogur, so the Shatter does land, but this time it doesn't appear to matter. Now, 5 ultimates coming online here for the Accursed Angels.
5 ults online. The Accursed Angels, they need to be able to rotate them, though. They can't just drop off 5 at once. Otherwise, they're going to have a problem there. The Bob coming in and immediately finished off by Killer Twins. It's going to be tough now, but they need to get this cart rolling. They're running low on time. There's the Pulse Bomb.
Yeah, it's going to be a whiff. Somnus Valkyrie has expired now, so the Accursed Angel sitting in a great position. Kylie does have sights on line, but the question is, are they going to be able to take advantage of it? We do have the Annihilation coming out. Somnus going to be the first victim to that. Kylie does get a headshot onto Murph, but another Mercy kill. This time a melee. We're getting like a little sub counter now. Apparently we're at 5 now. 1 melee kill as well. Bogur taking a little bit of chip damage. Spacey is trying to push them off this point. They're just gonna stand there.
That's such a heads up play there from Bogur, though.
It is. It actually is.
Like,
yeah.
stalling out that point.
Yeah.
I didn't even know you could stall from up there.
Neither did I.
That's such a huge range. That's so smart.
See? Right of the Valkyries tournament, even educational, at least for the casters. But
we're gonna have them to get this contest.
Yeah, we've got both support ultimates now out for the Accursed Angels. The Kitsune rush right down on that cart. It's getting very, very close. Murph able to take out Gatsby. Bogur falls very shortly because of the lack of heals. Therefore, 4 minutes on the clock for the Accursed Angels. They're not out of this, K-Wing, by any stretch of the imagination.
No, and we got another Mercy kill there. That's number 6. Fox's Deluxe just getting the kill onto Bogur. And big resurrection there as well. They've got 4 minutes coming into point C. They have the chance, Accursed Angels, not only to finish with time, but to finish with a lead. That is huge here. To get that first attack is absolutely massive. Now you have Gatsby on the Lucio. Somnus staying on the Mercy as Bogur's going in deep and is going to get just punched in the jaw.
Right, and you know, I have to question actually the swap from Gatsby over to the Lucio, especially if you're running the Reinhardt, right? And with Bogur going in that deep, you're just asking for trouble. Pulse Bomb gonna be landing though on to Barcode, and in addition, you know, I feel like Kylie has been kind of quiet this on defense here, which is surprising, I think.
Completely. You haven't seen Kylie showing up in the kill feed as much, and they need to show up big here as Killer Twins already landing that pick. Good shield there. There's the shatter from Bogur.
But
I think Pig's gonna come off it, but it's zoning.
Yeah, but a beautiful annihilation right there from Space the Ace, though, to push them back. Make sure they're unable to follow up on that shatter. And now we've got the Kitsune rush here from Clems. Gonna be pushing back in. Space the Ace able to take out Gatsby. Kylie falls again. The Valk is ready for Fox's Deluxe. They might not even need it, though, as they are falling like flies.
Going in.
2 Europeans, 3 KKonas. You got a tough ask coming into round 3.
Wow. What a round there from the Accursed Angels. We were going into this and going, ooh, they're going against a time bank of 1 minute and 1 second. That's going to be tough for them to do. They didn't only finish with time. They didn't only finish matching 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas. They finished with double the time bank. Domination coming out from Accursed Angels.
Yeah, no, it really, really was. You know, I doubted them. I doubted you, Angels. I'm sorry. I apologize. Don't hold it against me because, yeah, with that kind of aggression, I don't want to get on your wrong side because you all came back with a vengeance here. I am very, very impressed with what I have seen from this squad here on Blizzard World. They definitely knew something I didn't.
That they did, and I think also you saw. That pylon was being a little jittery there. That was weird. I don't know if that was just my video or.
No, I saw it too.
Okay?
I saw it too. I saw it too.
Buddy? All right. You know what?
What's
Whatever.
that?
But it was just jittering. I was very confused. But
yeah.
Looking at Accursed Angels, they played very serious Overwatch. Even when they were in a really, they were looking like a role. They just kept playing all the way to them and just kept playing a very serious game. And now you're seeing Bogur on this Winston. 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas. They need to get that first tick, but that headshot's going to be brutal.
Wow. Killer Twins with 5 HP, able to get out of the way just in time. But 2K, 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas, they pushed up pretty aggressively, and now I like this push that they have from the high ground, especially with Gatsby up there, giving a lot of healing. We're gonna have actually a Kiriko duel, it looks like. Clem's back there, not sure for how long though. Pressure being put on point now, a little bit. Killer Twins having to back off once again, but they've got that Mercy Pocket, which is helping them tremendously. Finding themselves in a difficult position is too. That Tesla Cannon from Bogur doing a lot of work. Fox's Deluxe down. So that means 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas have an opportunity here. They need to capitalize on it. They need to make the most of it. Kylie showing back up. There she is. We were waiting for her. And with that, 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas in overtime will secure first point.
This is where it gets dangerous because you have seen, I know both of us have seen these types of pushes where a team gets into overtime and they just roll with it the entire way, and they can just get the momentum, and that's a huge way to start Fox's Deluxe going down to Bogur.
Yeah, love to see it. They're going to be able to get quite a bit of card push because of this, but Bogur going down very low. They're going to have to value their life here because this is OT, and you cannot get off the card. You cannot afford to get picked here, especially your tank.
Yeah, no, if Bogur went down, you would have seen Accursed Angels roll out. Now, you have 3 ults for 2 Europeans, and you have 3 ults for the Accursed Angels, but Bogur's in your back line, and they've got the Primal Rage.
The Bogur's in your back line, and what do you do about it? You run and hide, or apparently you smack him in the face. If you're Killer Twins, you don't care. You're not going to take any of this flack from Bogur. We do have the res as well on the Space the Ace. This could be the turning of the tides here. 5 ultimates online for the Angels, but Clems has gone down, and the res will not be there for Fox's Deluxe. The pulse bomb does hit. Now we've got the Annihilation coming out from Space the Ace as well. They just push everyone off.
What a good play there. What a heads up play there from Space, just to use that Annihilation.
Yeah. As
a zoning ultimate. I had to step away for a second when Bogur died on the Winston because he jumped and died at the same time.
Yeah.
So his corpse just went flying into the horizon, and I couldn't do anything. I was just sitting there laughing.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Launched into space, almost made it back to Horizon Lunar Colony, I think. Right? Trying to go back home. I love it when that happens though. It's one of my favorite little
so
I don't know. It's not even interaction, bug, I don't know, glitch of the physics engine. It's just wonderful though. Love seeing them ragdoll to the beyond.
Yeah, the heroes here do tend to get a bit quirky at night, but oh man. Now Accursed Angels, they do have 2 minutes to get that cart 90 meters, but 2 Europeans, every single time we set these expectations for either of these teams, saying that this is going to be difficult, they've been pushed into a corner, they somehow find their way to get the 2nd win, the 3rd win. And I really don't know what's going to happen here because they've got the time, but can they push it all the way of 90 meters, Accursed Angels? They'll have the time to bring up some ultimates, but it's going to be rough. And Bogur already gets to pick on the Foxes. Wow.
Oh my gosh. No supports left. That is all of your healing gone. Space EA still pushing forward, though. Oh, no. They're going to be able to get the Winston. No. Bogur's down, and now Gatsby forced to back out very, very quickly. The spawn advantage firmly in hands of Accursed Angels.
Yeah, absolutely. And Murph spots a Torbjorn.
Yeah.
Hello, Torbjorn.
Murph's gonna poke a Torbjorn a little bit, but they're gonna be healed back up in pretty quick succession. Murph now looking for a flank here. It's gonna be 2 picks. Space the Ace though going down. That might be a little bit bigger. The res will come in for both sides though, so everybody back up to first full strength. We got Barcode now trying to get in some damage from the back line. Kylie holding down that high ground on the Ashe now. Dynamite goes in, gets a little bit of cleave damage. And turret is down, so now Accursed Angels can start to push in again. Tracer doing a lot of work, causing a lot of problems. Kylie tries to take them out, but unable to get the shot on them that they need. Accursed Angels, though, they're having a hard time pushing on the point. There's so much damage coming in, they just can't get a hold. But now Bogur has committed. It's going to be the Primal Rage now. Killer Twins goes down, but Fox's Deluxe able to get the res. Now Murph tried to put some pressure on the supports. Pulse Bomb goes in, only going to find a turret, and even that doesn't quite go down. 40 seconds left here, K-Wing.
It's going to be tough, the Annihilation coming out from
Wow.
Station. They're going to get taken down. Oh, that's not good. They used all their ultimates, and they didn't win the fight. They've only got the Kitsune Rush coming in. We did get another Mercy kill as well.
2, I think.
It's 2, actually.
Yeah.
But the Accursed Angels, they've got the Kitsune Rush. They have to deal with pretty much one of the only ultimates that can deny this Kitsune Rush with the Molten Core. You lay down that lava right where the Kitsune Rush comes in.
Oh, that's
the
huge.
comes in on the Gatsby. That focusing beam is huge.
Absolutely massive. Bogur gonna be pushed back just a little bit. Here comes the Molten Core right now. Spacey is going down very low, and in fact, it's gonna be Barco finishing them off. The res does come in. Somebody has to touch those. Someone has to get the point at the last moment possible. But Torb finds Clems as well. But they were able to get that Kitsune Rush online, and now Murph, with a sliver of health, is finding the results that they need. They're finding the picks that they need. Spacey is still on point, still trying to get things done. Kylie now able to find Fox's Deluxe. Bogur is there. It's going to be both. Winston's on point, but the Primal's there from Bogur. They're pushing them away.
No,
2
done.
Europeans. 3 KKonas. They get the first win here today on broadcast.
Oh, that was just brutal there. Absolutely brutal for 2 Europeans and Accursed Angels. Both just so brutal, so close there. 2 Europeans just finding it within themselves to have a really great ultimate fight at the end there. And that is where you saw them at their best. The ability to survive through that fight and to keep that high ground, that is really, really tough there. It was just impossible for the Accursed Angels to break that high ground control, and they just put everyone they had up there. They just bunkered down on the high ground, and they didn't have any that you couldn't attack the backline because the backline wasn't even in sight.
Yeah.
Really good stuff from 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas, and they are sitting pretty, as that was a really, really good showing there.
It was, and the Accursed Angels, they put up a very good fight as well. I mean, everything, all indications, honestly, I think we're looking at them taking Blizzard World, especially after their first push, right? Ending with so much more time, 1.5 minutes more than 2 Europeans, 3 KKonas, but the hold there from two Europeans was just tremendous. And I wonder if a lot of it wasn't actually a barcode moving over to this Torbjorn, right? That Molten Core there at the very end was absolutely fantastic. Really helped them secure that last fight, secure that point. As well as, honestly, the Primal at the end there from Bogur, right? Just taking out everybody and pushing Space the Ace off point as well. So great showing from them. Accursed Angels, though, they're definitely a team to watch out for. I think we could be seeing more great stuff from them. However, we are going to throw to a short break. When we come back, we will have an interview. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We have Bogur in the booth with us today. Gonna ask them a few questions. First off, Bogur, congratulations on your win.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You bet. You bet. Now, I wanted to start things off and just say that we saw a lot of different tanks coming out from you today. You know, I was expecting, honestly, you know, primarily Winston, but you showed a lot of versatility today, and so. Yeah, wanted to talk about a little bit about what was the thought process behind some of those different tank picks that we saw, right? What was getting you to swap over to the Reinhardt? That was one in particular I was a little surprised about, right? We haven't seen Reinhardt a lot in competitive play recently, but you pulled it off really well.
Thank you. Well, you can't show off your hand early on, you know. You can't, you know. I gotta keep it secret. Nobody knows it's Winston, but you know,
nobody has any idea that you play Winston, Bogur. Nobody has ever.
It's a secret.
Yeah.
I have to take care of everyone that finds out, so I can keep it top classified, you know. But yeah,
Well, now I'm worried about
yeah,
my
it's-
safety.
yeah.
and
Well,
health.
sleep with one eye open.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. I'll do that.
That was great. My question is, your team struggled in the middle of both of the maps that you ended up winning on round 1 of Lijiang, and then
Yeah.
on your defense of Blizzard World. How are you able to kind of not get tilted and hold on and turn those around? Because you turned Lijiang around with a 2-1 reverse sweep, and you had a legendary hold on Blizzard World first point.
Yeah. Well, first you give them confidence, and then you break it, and that's really effective, honestly. And honestly, we lost first Lijiang round because I kind of undercooked there. I kind of forgot to take the TP, and then it was I kind of made a oopsie, and then I picked the funny Ramatro character, and we started winning, and that was the secret, to be honest. And then second, Blizzard World, I don't know what my team was doing, to be honest. Blame Somnus, honestly, I think. It's her fault. She was cooking something. I think she overcooked, but it's okay. We managed to gather together and win it.
Yeah, and going forward, are there any teams that you are particularly looking to really want to face off against, or that maybe you think that you're a little nervous about facing?
I'll be honest, I have no idea who's playing the tournament.
Cool.
I think there's some. I heard some players are playing, but I don't know. I'll just go Winston and Winton. My bad. I made a typo. I'll go Winton and I'll just do my thing. And yeah, I bet we win.
All right, I love the confidence, Bogur. I
Thank you.
absolutely do. And one thing that I'm getting a kick out of is it sounds to me like kind of the linchpin of the way that you approach Overwatch is just the psychological game. It sounds like you just want to get your opponents into just a bad headspace, and I'm here for it. But final question for you, real quick, and I understand this is a very serious topic, and unfortunately we don't have a whole lot of time to talk about it. But we need to see the Bulgarian flag in Overwatch 2.
Yeah,
Right?
for
So,
real.
yeah.
It's very important. There was one moment when they were making the map live on stream, right? You remember that? And there was a Bulgarian option.
Oh yeah.
That was the greatest. Step forward for my movement to add the Bulgarian flag. And hopefully in the future we finally manage to do it, and that will be the greatest moment in history of Overwatch, personally. And don't forget, my number one rule to playing the video game is have fun. When you don't have fun, you don't play good.
That's fair. That's very,
Just be
very
silly.
true. I love it. Right.
Silly.
Yeah, exactly. Like, how are you gonna take this so seriously? You know, you've
Real.
got a talking hamster and gorilla and
Scientist.
people flying everywhere.
Scientist, actually.
What's that?
Scientist.
Scientist.
It's a scientist.
So sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to. Meant no disrespect, Bogur.
You're good. Good.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Bogur, for coming in and joining us
Thank
today.
you as well.
Good luck in the rest of the tournament. And
Appreciate it.
See y'all soon.
Thank you.
You
Thank
bet.
you. Bye.
All right, well,
Okay, do I leave
we
this?
are going to throw it to a short break before we get into our
Okay, I'm
next
doing this.
game.
Goodbye.
But K-Wing, any final words, any final thoughts from you before we do just that?
No, I'm excited to see our next game, and I hope it is just as entertaining as the one that we just saw.
As do I. Well, don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon with match number 2 here for the Ride of Valkyries very soon. Welcome back, everybody, to day number 1 of the Ride of the Valkyries, brought to you by Skiesti. Thank you so much for organizing this. We've had a blast so far today, K-Wing. I guess I should speak for both of us, but I've had a lot of fun, and I believe you have as well. So excited to get game number 2 underway here shortly.
Yeah, I've had an absolute blast so far, as we've seen some pretty entertaining, both some entertaining play and some entertaining players face off. Our last game was closer than the score would have you believe.
Yeah.
But now we're looking into the Celestial division.
Yeah,
and this is a little bit of a lower division that we're talking about, and we've got two teams I'm excited about, and one player in particular that I know you and I are both excited about.
yeah, well, there are some interesting names here, especially for we've got Rizzard Entertainment going up against Fish Esports, and a lot of names I recognize. You know, we've got let's see here, for Fish Esports I recognize Esdeath, Kobe as well, Hazel. On the side of Rizzard Entertainment, a couple names too that I know, Trasher Lynn. There's one, Leg Day. I don't know who that is. Some kind of gym bro, I guess.
Who's that guy?
But
yeah, dang.
you know, this is gonna be exciting. It's if I remember correctly, Diamond to Masters is the division that Celestial is in today. So a lot of players as well on Rizzard Entertainment. This is the biggest roster I think I've seen so far. Hold on, 8 players, I think. 8 players coming out for Rizzard Entertainment. And 6 we've got on the side of Fish Esports. They've got a little flexibility and support, but I think they can just about replace every role, it looks like, for Rizzard at this point. They've got so many people to choose from.
Yeah, sorry, I cut out there for a second. But
no, you're good.
You do have a big roster on Rizzard Entertainment. You have 7 people and then a ringer for day 2.
Yeah.
So you have nearly the max. Yeah, Flexecution.
That's another name I know, actually,
2.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a really good name to have. Definitely heard of that name before, but that does mean you have more flexibility between maps and between specific tanks, compositions, DPS. My question is, for both of these teams, who do we think is going to be playing the Mercy? For Fish Esports, you have 3 supports. You have Xenon, Mango, and Hazel. For Rizzard Entertainment, you've got 3 supports. You've got Kabu, Trasher Lynn, and Dova Kitty.
Yeah, definitely an interesting question, and I don't have a good read on who's going to be playing the Mercy for either of these teams. Could be everybody. I don't know. We could see, you know, like a round robin Mercy kind of thing going. But I think I heard from production, they believe we're gonna see Hazel on the Mercy, at least for Fish Esports. So, and sounds like Eclipse actually for Rizzard. So production, I love production, by the way, but production always knows everything. I feel bad, honestly, for a lot of the production people who have to work with me, because I just ask questions constantly, especially at the beginning of a broadcast. But quick shout out to production. We've got MI Blizzard, Hippie, helping us out today, and 2 people I've worked with many times. Love working with them both, so thank you so much for helping us out today.
Yeah, they're absolutely great. They're great people that I know you and I have both worked with many times. They are everywhere. If you have seen an Overwatch broadcast, tier 2 or below, it's probably like 90% of the time had at least one, if not both, of those names behind it.
Yeah.
Because they are prolific. As we get into the game now, we're getting into Oasis, and you've got Lemon and Nari looking onto the Pharah Mercy combo. Both teams going out of the Pharah Mercy. You're going to see a 3v3 on the ground between Leg Day's Winston and Esdeath's Roadhog. It looks like that's going to be tough that's going to be tough for Leg Day on the Winston.
Yeah, Leg Day's gonna really have to keep in mind, you know, when Esdeath's hook is on cooldown. Lemon showing up big. Takes Squiggle out of the equation immediately with a headshot. The res will come in, but you know what? They say, fine, I'll take your support instead. I don't care. Somebody's going down by me. And now, Rizzard Entertainment does have positioning on point, but again, without Dova Kitty there and Dova Kitty coming back, this is going to be tough. And in fact, Squiggle getting caught out in main as well. Lemon does take a little bit of damage from Nari. It's a rocket. We're going to get a couple of picks. Now point being contested by both teams. Nari dropping in again. Lemon just will not be stopped unless Leg Day gets there. Apparently, Leg Day does have something to say about it. But Fish Esports comfortably taking this first possession.
That was nasty there from Nari, but Lemon coming in with 4 picks on that first fight, helping their team take position on the point, and now it's going to be really tough for Rizzard Entertainment to try and push back in, because Lemon is going to make them so afraid that every corner that they peek around could have that fearsome Widowmaker behind it, and they could lose their head as Leg Day tries to get the dive in.
Leg Day does jump in pretty aggressively. They will pay for it, though, as Esdeath able to fall back to them. And despite Lemon being pushed away to that high ground, they're still able to get the value they need.
That they did, as now going forward, Fish Esports are coming up on all of their ultimates. They've got the Infrastate, they've got the Whole Hog, the Barrage also coming up. I do like the swap from Rizzard Entertainment, taking Rain onto the Ashe, trying to counter both Lemon and Nari with one hit scan. Could be tough though, because Lemon's just nuts.
Yeah, Lemon just doesn't stop. When life gives you lemons, apparently you turn it into death. Apparently for the other squad, I don't know. Lemon is just unstoppable at this point. Rizzard doesn't have an answer.
They don't, and now they're going into the Nano and the Barrage and the Valkyrie. They've only got the Valkyrie and Leg Day's Primal Rage. Unless Leg Day can get a huge ultimate on this Winston and really disrupt Fish, they're gonna have a tough time, as even when Squiggle comes to dive in, Nari's just there with a huge rocket straight to the face.
Yeah, and they've got the barrage coming online too. They're looking for an opportunity for it. They found one, able to take down one team member from Rizzard Entertainment. Leg Day with the Primal Rage now trying to do whatever they can to disrupt this. Lemon does go down. Rez is onto Dova Kitty. So Rizzard Entertainment in the driver's seat at the moment. Rain has just respawned, so they should be back into this fray relatively quickly. But Rizzard Entertainment, they have to get the rest of these picks. Esdeath hasn't gone down yet. They do finally get them. They commit as well to Kitsune Rush.
That's a huge move there. The Kitsune Rush is a massive ultimate, and you have to be incredibly happy for Fish Esports to see Dova Kitty pop that ultimate, as it's a huge investment, and it might be one they want back. That was a 2v5 situation for Rizzard Entertainment, and they popped that. The most important ultimate they have, bar none.
Wow.
They have some more ultimates, and Leg Day nearly goes off the side.
Yeah, Leg Day flirting with a disaster right there. It was good they had that cooldown, came up right when they needed it to. I'm sure Leg Day was looking at it, but still making me nervous. But they're going after Lemon once again. They're able to use the grapple to get away. They've got the Mercy pocket now. Leg Day drops the shield, trying to keep them at bay. They see the Roadhog coming up behind him and say, I'm out of here. Now, fight taking place on point. Rizzard Entertainment has been able to get about 50%, but Lemon has found a pick. Kobe, another sniper, taking out Rain. Leg Day trying desperately to hold on, but they're unable to do that in the face of the Whole Hog. Hook comes in as well. Overtime ticking over. Somebody has to touch. It's going to have to be Squiggle, but they don't quite make it.
No, and you saw some dominance there coming out from Fish Esports, and Lemon especially. I want to see, if you're looking for notes for Rizzard Entertainment, you really need to see either, if you're going to keep on this dive, which it looks like they aren't, you want to see a little more coordination on the dive. You want to see a few more people coming with Leg Day to try and take out Lemon, because you saw how dominant Lemon can be if left uncontested. But now they're going onto the Orisa, onto the Battle Cattle. It's going to be tough now. Lemon going on to the Cassidy. The question is, with Rain on the Pharah, can Lemon handle that Pharah Mercy combo, or is it going to be death from above for Fish?
Right? It's gonna be tough regardless. I mean, Lemon onto the Cassidy now. just about as devastating, I would imagine. Rain, though, able to take care of them, knock them off the map. Hook comes in from Esdeath. They're going to be forced down to a point, though, has to take a breather as well. So now this high ground going to be pressured pretty hard. Esdeath is able to find Squiggle. Nari coming in now, putting a lot of pressure on this Pharmacy as well. The point will flip over in Rizzard Entertainment's possession, but they're losing players. Slowly but surely, Fish Esports is coming back and taking this point for their own.
That they are. Esdeath bringing a really brilliant retake of the point there, and just waiting, regrouping, and rolling right back in. They lost one player early, and they didn't commit to a huge fight. They just kind of got out, but kept the pressure going. And now Rizzard Entertainment on the back foot. They've got some ults coming up, but Esdeath has the whole hog, and oh, they've trapped Leg Day.
Yeah, Leg Day is not in a great position, but the Battle Cattle earning their name. Lemon does eventually take them out, but a lot of pressure put on to Fish Esports. But it doesn't seem to matter. They're able to take care of things despite all that pressure coming out from Rizzard.
A lot of pressure coming in. Really good from Leg Day, pushing Esdeath into their team, not knowing that they couldn't take them out themselves. And oh, Range Barrage is gonna get nothing.
Yeah, Squiggle gets hit by an anti-nade, forced to use the recall to get out of it. Leg Day does find Lemony eventually. That's one big piece of the puzzle out now for Rizzard Entertainment, but Kobe comes back and finds Eclipse. Hazel forced to use the Valkyrie as well. It's a good thing they did, though, because Fish Esports will be able to hold on to this point.
Yeah, Fish Esports holding on regardless, and a bit of a commitment coming in from Fish, but it was matched exactly by Rizzard. This is exactly why Fish have been so dominant so far, is not just because Lemon has been popping off, although they have. They've shown that they can go toe-to-toe and win these fights with equal ultimates. They don't have to commit more ultimates than their opponent. And now the Nano Doomfist coming in the back.
Be Leg Day, though, in the midst of that Kitsune rush on point. Both supports, though, down. Overtime is here. There are a couple of picks in favor of Rizzard Entertainment despite not having any supports. It's just going to be Esdeath and Nari on point. Nari will find Squiggle. Leg Day with just a sliver of health, holding on as long as they can. I don't think anyone gets back. First map goes the way of Fish.
And Fish Esports looked a step ahead of Rizzard Entertainment at all times. As soon as you took out Lemon, it was just the entirety of Fish you committed so far. Look at this shot. That is threading the needle. Then coming in over on the other angle and landing the headshot onto Rain. That is why Lemon is so scary. You just saw Lemon just dominate for almost for half a round, and then the entire Rizzard Entertainment battle plan had to go around, okay, how do we deal with Lemon? Not how do we deal with the entire team of Fish Esports. And they were just allowed to run rampant. I cannot hear you.
Yeah, fair. I am muted. So, you know, you're absolutely right, but I got to give a lot of credit as well to the rest of the squad for Fish Esports, especially Esdeath, because anytime Leg Day came in on that Winston, tried to put pressure onto Lemon, Esdeath was falling back. The rest of the team was falling back. And Lemon was doing a good job of holding on to their grapple as well to make sure that they could get out of danger, because they knew that they had to be able to kite this Winston. So, despite, you know, some pressure being put on Lemon, Fish was able to still enable them.
That is, I couldn't have said it better myself, as you had not just Lemon popping off, you had that the entirety of Fish Esports playing around Lemon and playing
Yeah.
to enable them, as they really went all in. And as soon as that dive came in, they knew that Rizzard Entertainment were going to be playing around trying to shut down Lemon. They tried to shut down that attack and that attempt to shut Lemon down immediately. And that's why I wanted to see more of that commitment with Leg Day, instead of kind of just saying, okay, Leg Day, go, 1v1 or 2v1. Really just, if Lemon's out on that off angle, collapsing in on them and trying to overwhelm them. As you saw, Leg Day got close a few times, but really didn't find many of those picks that they wanted. He found it a few times, to be fair, but not as much as he would have wanted, especially with how dominant Lemon was when not contested. You really cannot leave them even with that sliver of HP, because they can be deadly even with it.
Absolutely. And something else that I think I want to see coming out from Rizzard Entertainment is maybe just a little bit more synchronicity, a little bit more coordination between Squiggle and Leg Day, right? Because Squiggle was on that Tracer. They were both doing a good job, but it felt like they were slightly out of sync. Maybe that was because some of the pressure Fish was putting on both of these players. But I think if they can do that, if they can get synchronized, if they can get on the same page for some of these dives, we could see a lot of success, and we could see Lemon in a very difficult place. But we are headed to Numbani next, and I'm here for it. I'm excited to see Numbani K-Wing.
I am too. I think that Numbani is going to be good for the composition that Rizzard Entertainment very clearly wants to play. They want to play this Winston dive, and they want to have Leg Day show off his abilities on this Winston. And Numbani's a great place to do it, but they have got to deal with Fish Esports. It's going to be a matter of, in my opinion, if you want a litmus test for how this round is going, does Leg Day get the pick onto Kobe? If Kobe goes down, then Rizzard Entertainment is going to win the fight. And that's the person they're going to be diving on, is Kobe, the only member of Fish Esports without a mobility, a movement ability, a mobility ability. And if Kobe goes down in the first few seconds of a fight, that is a one fight for Rizzard. If Kobe stays alive for longer than that, that is going to be a very difficult fight for Rizzard to win.
We do already see Dova Kitty forced to use the Suzu to stay alive. Nari goes down. It's going to be neither Genji to be found. Leg Day taking a nap on the high ground. That allows Fish Esports get a little bit better positioning, pick off a couple other players. Now, Esdeath trying to put a lot of pressure on the Leg Day, seeing if they can take them out, chasing them back to spawn.
Really good stagger from Esdeath, getting the pick onto Leg Day and just delaying this next fight from Fish Esports incredibly well, from Rizzard Entertainment very well, as they're struggling to charge their ultimates versus Fish Esports, as Fish are in the 60s of percentage and Rizzard Entertainment are just barely passing 50%. That's the advantage you want to see, and they're going to be able to turn that into a rolling advantage. And we saw their ability to do that in that first game, and really good E there from or really good from Lemon to use that coach gun to get Leg Day away on the dive.
Absolutely, they do pay with their life. Hazel will get the res there. Rizzard Entertainment, though, finding the picks that they need. Lemon and Esdeath down. Lemon back in the fight, back out of it just about as quick. Kobe does fall, so Rizzard Entertainment will be able to get the first point taken care of in just their second fight.
Really good stuff there from Rizzard Entertainment. You do say second fight, but it did take a little bit. It took a minute for each fight, but that's huge there. Squiggle gets to pick onto Lemon, and you see immediately, as soon as they recognize the fact that they got that first pick, every single member of Rizzard Entertainment presses the W key and is going right in, and they're looking for more picks. That is exactly what you want to see from Rizzard. Now you're coming up onto a big ult fight. Neither of these teams have a defensive ultimate to use, so you're looking for whoever can get the most value out of their offensive ultimates. out of the Blade, out of the Kitsune rush coming out from Dovahkitti.
Hazel has used the Valkyrie as well. There was a nice nade there from Kobe, but Esdeath going down very low. Rain is gone. Squiggle going low as well, but they're going to be pocketed by Eclipse, who has their Valk online. Here comes a Blade now. Lemon, just a sliver of health. Now, sight set on the Mercy, able to dash and find them. Squiggle getting the value that they need, and Rizzard Entertainment honestly looking like a brand new team here.
That they are. They've had life breathed into them. And now for Fish Esports, the question is, can they get to the end of this point before Fish Esports have a chance to contest? It's going to be close, but you have the Nano Blade and the Bob coming in from Fish Esports. It's going to be difficult. That was huge there from the Genji. Squiggle,
Wow.
that was so smart. Dashing into the Bob to prevent it from contesting and allowing them to take point B. That was so smart.
That was fantastic. Rizzard Entertainment has to be feeling great about securing this point, especially considering Fish Esports has turned this fight around and taken it as their own.
That is, they were able to take that fight and keep it as their own, but it is a moral victory there for Rizzard Entertainment. They were able to capture point B, get those closer spawns, and also they drew out the ultimate from Lemon, and now they're looking at more even field for this ult. It's going to be difficult going into the Blade, not going to get the Nano Blade coming out for Fish.
SF putting a lot of pressure on point, trying to keep Squiggle at bay as well. They are able to get a hook. Dovahkitti goes down, and in the meantime, Nari finds Rain, so Rizzard Entertainment forced to back away and try again.
Pushed back again, but all the ults from Fish are gone. The only one they're close to is that Valkyrie. That late stagger, though, is going to be brutal. You're coming up against 3 ults from Rizzard Entertainment. This is the fight where they need to start. They need to start to gain this momentum back. They got a good fight. They lost the momentum with that with the first fight at point B, but Lemon taking out Leg Day early is not going to be good, and especially with the Valkyrie coming out, it's going to be difficult now. Both Valkyries coming out from both teams, but Leg Day got that Primal Rage.
Yeah, Dovahkitti going down low. Leg Day able to take Lemon out of the equation. SF does find Dovahkitti, who was with very little health, and despite that early pick onto Lemon, Rizzard Entertainment still falls apart.
That was just really brutal there from Fish Esports, from Rizzard Entertainment, as they used 2 of their ultimates and they didn't get much out of it. Good pick onto Kobe, but with Esdeath over on the flank, you're just going to struggle, and you're just going to have to find something. Throw something at the wall and see what sticks. Is Leg Day going to go onto the Diva?
And providing immediate value, able to burst down Esdeath with the help of the rest of their team. Esdeath definitely bit off a little more than they could chew. Got a little too aggressive, and now they're paying for it. So a little bit of progress going to be made here on third, and a little over 2 minutes left to go. So plenty of time for Rizzard to cap.
Indeed, but now you're looking at a pretty tough fight for Rizzard Entertainment. You've got 3 ults versus 4 coming out from Fish, but they're using these ults early. They know exactly what they need to do. It's going to be rough, though. Nari has the Blade.
Yeah, that Blade already finding some value. Dovahkitti does get the Kitsune rush out, but it's not going to matter too much as Lemon throws in the Bob for good measure and gets the cleanup.
Really good stuff there from Fish. Rizzard dropping in 2 ults, but this is their fight. This is the fight that if they cannot come out on top with the Blade and with the Diva Bomb, also with the Valkyrie coming up, it's going to be very tough for them to continue against these ults that are going to be coming up from Fish. You're looking at a really tough fight, and they've got to win this fight, not only for their ult economy, but to keep themselves having a chance to win this, as Hazel's going to go down early.
Wow. Yeah, and with Hazel gone, that means no Valk here. Leg Day throws in the self-destruct, finds a pick onto Kobe. Esdeath won't be long for this world. So, Cart gonna get right up to the brink of completion here. 1 fight left.
1 fight left, and you've got some good ults. You got the Blade, and you've got the Valkyrie. Early Valkyrie coming out from Hazel just to get onto the point, but the Blade's gonna come out early.
That it is. Lemon goes down low. Squiggle comes back to finish the job. Nobody touches, and 40 seconds left on the clock for Rizzard. Now, it's going to be down to how well they can put up a defense here because their back is against the wall. This is 1st to 2, and Fish Esports is up by 1.
That they are. Fish Esports have shown that they have some that they have some pop-off potential, but now they're gonna have some difficulty here. They need to finish the map, and that's tough to do on Numbani. It just is. And most hybrid maps are very, very difficult to finish, and Fish Esports, if they want to give themselves the opportunity to take this match here, to not let this go to a tiebreaker, you're going to need a really good attack. And it's going to start with Lemon on that Widowmaker. We saw how good they were. We saw the pop-off potential. Will that be the X factor? Can Lemon find the early picks onto Rain, onto Eclipse, onto Dova Kitty, who hasn't chosen a hero yet?
Fair. I'm anticipating Dova Kitty going over to the Kiriko again, though. Yeah.
There you go.
And we do see her lock it in eventually. You're right. I think this duel between Rain and Lemon is going to be very consequential, right? Rain, she's going to have to find a way to go toe-to-toe with Lemon here as they get ready to round this first corner. Lemon already checking to see if they can find anybody. But we're going to get a rotation through the low ground here. Esdeath on Junker Queen as well. That might provide some problems, but they go down very low right off the bat. Rizzard Entertainment is ready for all of them, but look at this. Lemon on the flank, waiting. They're taking their time. They let go with a shot. They don't find it, but they've alerted their presence to them now. Rain takes one, but Lemon with the grapple shot. It will be res, but that is tremendous. Leg Day also not in mech is looking a little rough here. Squiggle does take out Lemon, so Rizzard Entertainment finds a way to hold on at least for the moment.
The thing is, it's going to take them a while. Esdeath finds a pick onto Leg Day. That's huge. You lose your tank. You lose the opportunity to get that remech. And now you're going to have respawns coming in big from Rain to find that early pick. Leg Day has the chance, and really lucky there. Really lucky there. Lemon, though, finds a pick onto Dova Kitty. Can Squiggle take them out? There you go. No,
What?
Lemon stays alive!
Lemon
stays alive, avoids the melee.
That's ridiculous. Lemon may have single-handedly turned this around despite going down early on. Rain and Eclipse have both fallen to Lemon again. Leg Day finally says, I have had enough. Sacrifices his mech for it, probably his life as well. Dova Kitty is back, but they're unable to keep Leg Day up as long as they needed to. First 2 ticks done for sure, and honestly, I don't think there's going to be any chance to saw at this point for Rizzard.
That was such a scrappy fight. They're good from Rain. They're going to get the early hold, but that was such a scrappy fight, and Lemon just thrived in the chaos, and they're thriving right now. The Resurrection's going to come back in, but Lemon has shown that I was wrong when I said that first pick potential is going to be massive coming out in this tournament, as that's a huge rampage.
It absolutely is. The knife taking out Squiggle as well right before they get that blade online. Massive. Fish Esports going to be able to get a lot of progress here. Rizzard Entertainment just needs to try to hold on until they get Squiggle back in the mix.
Yeah, they just can't give up that much space, but Lemon is just deadly, has eyes everywhere, and in spite of Rizzard Entertainment's best efforts, it's just not enough. They are getting staggered out time and time again.
Yeah, and Nare honestly helping to enable, I think, Lemon as well there, right? Keeping the members of Rizzard Entertainment distracted, focusing on the Tracer instead just allows Lemon to take shots at ease.
And Lemon has been hitting those shots exactly like you would want them. And now 5 minutes on the clock for Fish Esports. This is going to be really difficult. Rizzard Entertainment needs to have a really long point C hold. It's going to start with this Kitsune Rush.
And here comes the blade, but the anti-nade hits. Esdeath going to be able to take out Squiggle. That is massive for Fish Esports, even though Kobe is nowhere to be found. Esdeath does have the Rampage online as well. We're going to have Leg Day diving into the back line, but once again, biting off a little bit more than they can chew, despite the pocket coming out from Eclipse. Fish Esports is going to continue to march forward.
Really good. Bob there had to get taken out, but that was really rough for Rizzard Entertainment. They tried their best there, but they used a lot of ults. They used 3 ults, and they couldn't win that fight. They're coming into 2 big ones, the Nano and the Rampage from Fish, as well as that Pulse Bomb, making it 3. It's going to be really rough, and Lemon gets the first pick!
Yeah, the res will come in, but honestly, at this point, I feel like that's just more opportunity for Lemon to click heads. Eclipse going down low. Rain taken out as well. Nari now stepping up on the DPS. The Pulse Bomb is out, not going to find its target, but it hardly even matters because everybody else is getting the picks they need. Beautiful anti-nade coming in from Kobe as well. Leg Day, not long for this world again, and with that, now it's just the staggers. Now it's just getting these last few picks. We have Rain over on the Mei. She's going to try and keep herself, keep her team in this as long as they can, but both supports are down now. Rain out of the ice block, doesn't have anything left. Maybe they can put up a wall to try and take away some of this damage, but Hazel says no. Rizzard Entertainment coming back in. Squiggle finding some value, but they step off point.
Does that count as a mercy pick?
Was it after time?
I'm asking.
I missed it.
We're gonna have to check the tapes.
We're counting it. We're counting it. I like that.
Word from the booth is we're counting it.
It's the official ruling. We are counting it.
We are counting it. But now you're looking at 3.5 minutes for Fish Esports.
Yeah.
Versus only a minute for Rizzard Entertainment. Rizzard Entertainment did struggle a little bit with that first point. Both our teams did, but they have significantly less time. They need to get a tick on this first point if they want to keep their chances of winning this game intact. And ideally, you want to see Rizzard Entertainment get into at least the streets phase if they want a serious chance of going to a map 3 and keeping their hopes alive at this point.
Yeah, because that's an absolutely devastating time bank from Fish Esports, right? They're going to have so many attempts when we see them on attack to take this push point that you're absolutely right. Rizzard needs to at least get 1 tick on the board, right? Would love to see them get the entire first point. Of course, that's their hope as well. Not going to mix anything up too much. We do have Rain on the Pharah this time. Nari going to be matching them as well on the defense. Rizzard Entertainment starting to path through the low ground again, but they decide to instead jump down main and going to be rewarded with a pick onto Lemon, who has gone onto the Soldier. Whoa. Rizzard Entertainment just deleting Fish Esports.
So impactful, you had to say it twice. Deleting Fish Esports. But, I mean, they finished that fight. They get the point in 40 seconds. That is incredible. They're going to be going into the streets phase before overtime even starts. And if they keep this up, it's going to be absolutely massive. They need to play around Lemon now, but they got that early pick and they took all the advantage. As now going into the streets phase, they're going to be an early fight for Fish, but you just need to see if they can get that pick onto Lemon. I said that the importance is going to be, can they get the pick onto Kobe, but it's can they get the pick onto Lemon, but Esdeath goes down first.
Yeah, Esdeath definitely went in a little too deep right there. Rain going to be able to take out Lemon as well, so Rizzard Entertainment has found a way to start marching through the streets.
They are, and they're going to keep rolling through, as these late picks are going to be absolutely devastating. If they get to pick on this Pharah, it could be brutal. But they're rolling through, and with ults coming up for Rain and for Dova Kitty, you could see a really long push from Rizzard Entertainment. As ults coming up, Fish has nothing to stop them.
Esdeath playing musical tanks has swapped over now to the Diva. Nari, though, going to be able to strike first. Rain unable to get the value they wanted with with the barrage. Now we've got both support and ultimates in play from Rizzard Entertainment. Squiggle with the blade now, seeing if they can turn things around, but the Alinee going to make it tough. Esdeath finds Rain eventually. Dovahkitti going down low as well. Fish Esports just not dying. Here comes Nari now with a barrage of their own, which finds Dova, and everybody steps off. But Rizzard got it to the brink of third.
I mean, that's just incredible. That is exactly the kind of push you wanted. Ideally, it would have been great to see that push go even further, but with how long it took Fish Esports on the first take to capture first point, you're now looking at a bit of a more difficult ask for them. Before we were saying, you know, maybe if they took first point, that would be great. They took first point and almost took second.
Yeah.
So now Fish Esports, a little bit more difficult here, but they're showing the Wrecking Ball. I'm not sure if that's going to be their final pick, but you would like the Wrecking Ball.
Wrecking Ball made. I've got over 1,000 hours. I love this hero. I can't wait to see it. He's in a garbage place at this point. Yeah, I've got over 1,000. He's in a horrible place at this point. Not gonna lie, he's not a great tank at the moment, but if you can make him work, it's a beautiful thing, and I'm here for it. I'm with you, Esdeath. I support the hamster.
Well, you're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see if this is going to be if it's gonna be what Fish Esports need. If it's going to help them take if it's going to help them take this first point, which they struggled on. That second, the street phase was not a very difficult one, as now they're going to roll out into the back line. Oh, Ooh. They missed the grapple.
Yeah, it took a little too long to get out there, put the pressure on, but going back in with the adaptive shields, they roll out just looking to cause a little disruption, get a little bit of ult charge, and let them know they're there. Going in for a harder engage now onto Rain, beautifully followed up by Nari as well. There with the rocket to take care of business. Squiggle, though, able to take out Kobe now, so a big source of the healing now. Gone for Fish Esports, so Rizzard Entertainment can play a little more aggressively, and we see Leg Day putting a lot of pressure onto Nari, who's now caught off in a pretty bad situation, but Lemon finds two. Lemon finds two.
Both supports.
Yeah, you're right. Not just two, both supports at that. Esdeath able to take out Leg Day now with the murderous mecha hamster. Rain trying desperately to keep things alive for their team. Squiggle on the high ground. Lemon is down. Somebody has to touch. Esdeath booping Rain into oblivion, but now little over 2 minutes to try and get through second.
Oh, Rain got far spawned. Rain is spawned and the point B spawned. So now Rizzard Entertainment are going to have 1, maybe 2 fights to keep their hopes alive and to not lose this game, as you've had some really good coordination between Esdeath and Nari on this dive. It's what I wanted to see more of from Rizzard Entertainment, is not just the Winston going off on their own, but to see that coordination and see that multi-person dive, as we're seeing that a lot from Fish. Is now they're going in and Lemon just finds a pick onto the Kiriko.
Yeah, nowhere is safe when Lemon is in the lobby, which Rizzard has been reminded of time and time again today. Squiggle coming out with a blade, though. They find Lemon. In the meantime, Nari able to get a pick onto Eclipse. Squiggle trying to keep pace now. 2 picks for either side. Has to go back and get the mega. But Nari does eventually chase them down. A little over a minute left to go. They're rounding the final corner here.
It's going to be tough here. You've got 2-3 ults for Fish, and you're coming up on 3 for Rizzard. This Kitsune Rush needs to be absolutely huge, and you can't have Dovahkitti going down. Someone's going to need to touch the point. It's going to be Leg Day.
Lemon!
Lemon! They're just too good. They're just too good. They get all the picks, and they're going to seal the deal.
Yeah, I don't see any universe that Rizzard comes back in this. Eclipse and Squiggle got a couple picks, but it's not going to matter. Fish Esports takes them down, comes away with the win in our first game on stream for the Celestial Division.
Play of the game coming out, and Rizzard Entertainment really went their best there. Really, you saw them wake up. You saw them go incredibly hard, get so much, even when we thought they were down and out.
Yeah.
They showed us that they had it in them to make this an incredibly close match, and I've loved this so far. From the two games we've seen, they have been, even if they've been 2-0s, they have been 2-0s where the losing team did not give up and kept fighting every single inch.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Great effort coming out from Rizzard Entertainment. Best of luck to them and the rest of their group stage. But yes, it is Fish Esports who comes out on top, and I've only got one word: lemon.
Lemon. End of sentence.
Yeah.
End of sentence. Yeah. That's all we have to
It's
say.
insane. Well, we're going to throw it to a break for just a couple of minutes while we get an interview ready, but don't go anywhere. Plenty more action coming your way here at the Ride of the Valkyries. Welcome back, everybody. We have Esdeath, the tank phenom from Fish Esports, in the booth with us. First off, congratulations to you with your win over Rizzard Entertainment.
Thanks.
You bet. Now, to start things off, I want to talk about what was your game plan coming in here today, right? Because you're all very, very talented team. It's clear that you've worked together before, right? And we saw just how effective, how much value Lemon got. Did you come in here today with the thought, okay, we're gonna enable Lemon, we peel for Lemon, allow Lemon to click those heads?
Yeah, I have faith in Lemon. They were an ex-teammate, so the plan was, I mean, we didn't really have a plan. It was just like, we're just sort of a pug team, so.
Well, it could have fooled me. You all were very coordinated and peeling for each other and just did very, very well. A lot of really cohesive team play.
Yeah,
and I think my question also is, you had that one moment on Numbani after Rizzard Entertainment's second attack where they sort of came in and surprised you. They got some quick picks really fast. How were you able to stabilize and come away with not only stopping that attack, that momentum, but also really showing off and finishing them off at that map?
I think after we got rolled, we just swapped to comfort picks. Yeah, I mean, a lot of us played Overwatch 1, but didn't play that much Overwatch 2. So we tried to do some new stuff, but if it didn't work, we just swapped back to what we were comfortable with.
Well, that makes sense. Looking forward, do you think, from the teams that you know are in this division, do you think that there's anyone that can really put a stop to you guys, or do you think that you guys can make it into top 8 and into the double elimination bracket day 2?
I think we can make it to top 8. I am worried about teams that have like a lot more experience or like practice together in Overwatch 2. Because we don't have that yet.
Yeah, that's fair. It's what, we're not even at, are we at 6 months yet for this game having been out? I don't think we are yet, so not even half a year. So that's absolutely understandable. Well, could have fooled us, I think. Like I said, the coordination from my perspective really seemed like it was there. You all were firing on all cylinders, and yeah, even when things looked to go a little rough, you were fine. You were able to bring it back. So before we let you go, just one final question for me, and that is, would you like to give any shout outs to friends, family, teammates, whoever you'd like?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out our coach, Sacred End. He just has a really good insight on the game, and occasionally helps us with our scrims, if we do scrim.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us here today in the booth for the interview. Congratulations to you once again, and best of luck through the rest of the tournament.
Cool. Thank you.
All right, well, K-Wing, that's going to do it for game number 3. Let's talk for a moment, though, about the Mercy kill counters, right? Because we are up to 11 total now. Only 3 in the last series, but we're still getting them. We're tallying them up. And I think we're going to have plenty more of that coming our way.
Oh, I completely agree, and I want to see more of it. I want to see our next series. I want to see them go for that kill record. I want to see that most series kill counter over in that corner over there. I want to see that go up. I want to see us beat that record, get the personal best, go over 8, and then I don't want to see that move. I want the game that we cast, to have the most Mercy kills. I don't.
Let's double it. Let's double it. Let's get 11.
Day 3. The casters at day 3 of day 2. The casters later this day. I want them to not get a game with as many Mercy kills as us. I want us to have the best. Come on, you guys. I believe in us. I believe in us.
Well, we're gonna keep our fingers crossed. We're gonna throw it to a break. We got another game coming your way right after this, though. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to our 3rd match here at the Ride of the Valkyries. If you are just joining us, I am Warren Jugglegod Hammond, joined on the mic by K-Wing, and we're back to the Valkyrie division for this one.
That we are, and we're looking at 2 teams that are 1-1 right now. And if you missed when we talked about it at the start of the tournament, based on the numbers and based on the amount of teams that are going to get in to the final bracket, to that 8-person bracket, you really want to be 5-0. If you can't, you have to be 4-1. If you're 3-2, if you've lost 2 games, it's possible to get in, but it is going to be incredibly difficult. And now you just have so much more. It's going to be a lot more difficult. So both these teams being 1-1 means that one of these teams is going to keep their playoff hopes in good health, and the other is going to be in a very bad position after this, and you have to win this match and keep winning.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And like you said, slimmest of margins. If the losing team is able to get a few more wins, there's a chance they might be able to stay in it and see day number 2. But we have CIU Esports, Columbia International University Esports, taking on Let Him Cook, starting things out here on Busan, and excited to see what happens here. We're going to be going to Mecha base first, and I feel like this one provides a lot of cover for our Mercies in that we're going to have in tow here today.
I'm really interested about the tank duel here. You've got Volt and you've got Curious George on different tanks. You have the Battle Cattle, the Orisa, and the Ramatra, both specializing in in-your-face combat, which is going to come out on top. Nice Guy 2000 on the Reaper is also of interest to me because you're going to have some really deadly close quarters engagements, and Volt just gets pushed away really quickly.
Yeah, Volt almost drops down off the high ground. Curious George unable to quite push them out of the way. Volt has the block up at the moment while they try and get back some of their health before they push back in. In the meantime, Zest trying to put a lot of pressure on the DPS, and Jinxie Winxie falls due to just that. Curious George with the Fortify now pushing forward as hard as they can. Now we see them trying to drop back. Guck goes for the res, doesn't quite get it, and with that, CIU Esports will take the first point.
Really good cancel there.
Yeah.
From Curious George, able to get that early advantage and then keep it, as now CIU are going to be free to just shoot right down that choke point. It's going to be tough there. Good avoidance from Cess to get away from that vortex. And now Volt is just going to get blocked in that hallway, and they're going to have to try to keep them alive. It won't work for long, as Cosmic going to be the first to fall.
They will be, and Cess has done such a beautiful job of laning in so much damage. They've already got their ult. 5 actually coming online here for CIU Esports, and Let Him Cook not too terribly far behind. Zest lets loose with their barrage first, keeping everybody back. We have Kitsune Rush coming in now along with the annihilation from Volt, but they're taken out in quick order. Nice Guy now coming in, trying to get the cleanup done as well.
Really good stuff. Jar uses that Kitsune Rush, and a lot of ults coming out from both sides, but you have a pretty solid bank. For CIU Esports, you've only got the Death Blossom. Let Him Cook. They've got a lot to work with, and Zest is just barely going to stay alive. Well, not much.
We do have a counter pick coming in from Nice Guy, but this entire fight is Let Him Cook all the way.
That it is, but they use all their ultimates there. That's not the best there. They use every single ultimate they had. CIU is going to be on the advantage coming into the next fight, and they only need to win one fight and then deal with the staggers afterwards, depending on exactly how that fight goes. It's going to be tough for Let Him Cook. They need to charge up these ultimates quickly, and the losing is not the way to start.
They do get a consolation prize as Nice Guy falls as well. Guk not going to be long for this world either, as Zest has their mark. Cosmic strikes back with one, keeping things even for the moment. Curious George finds a pair with the Javelin, no less, looking primed to take this point back and put Let Them Cook on last fight territory.
Now on last fight territory, it's going to be difficult. Jinxie switches on to the Echo in an attempt to try and counter Zest, but really it's not going to be the Zest show in this next fight. It's going to be the Curious George show to see if they can find that pick and keep things going with the Terra Surge. They find the pick onto Jar with the Javelin.
But in the meantime, we've got Jinxie Winxie and Guk who have gone to point, trying to flip it at the moment. Everybody from CIU falling back, but Jinxie able to take out the aerial threat on the other side of the aisle. How's your day? Not having the greatest time at the moment. They are able to get out of the way briefly. Nice Guy goes down after a beautiful Terror Surge coming out as well from Volt. Here comes Cosmic, though, with a blade. Suzu gonna be used. Briefly saves Mr. Winter's life, but not for too terribly long. Let Him Cook is on the brink of flipping this point back under their control. They have to do it right here. Otherwise, CIU Esports will take this first sub-map. Jinxie Winxie with another pick. The Sticky Bomb finds How's Your Day. They follow up with another, and they will get the flip.
I don't know if I really like that from CIU. They stayed on that point for a while, and once they got to overtime, that fight was lost. They could have pulled back and had a bit of an ult advantage, but Let Him Cook were allowed to just build up ult after ult after ult. Now they have the advantage in the ult bank. They've got 3 in there. CIU Esports, they're barely coming up onto 3, and they're going to be having a difficult time now, especially with that Kitsune.
Yeah, it's already yielded a result in Nice Guy being taken out. Volt finds another one. Let Him Cook pushing forward. They're going to be able to put CIU on last fight territory as well.
That they are, and really you're just having the exact same struggle as CIU. They have these 3 ults, and they're actually going to use the barrage onto Cosmic, and it's just going to get rezzed right away. Cosmic is going to be trapped pretty far outside, but that's a huge ult you've lost. Now Jinxie copies the Orisa.
We do have the Kitsune Rush online as well. Mr. Winter has used that to great effect. Picks coming in heavily for CIU Esports, but Jinxie with the duplicated Orisa able to find 1 kill with the help of Volt. The res will come in onto Mr. Winter, so the supports are back. CIU Esports ready to take this. Just have a couple more characters to take care of. It's just the Kiriko. Mercy as well, though, trying to pocket Cosmic. They're lasting a long time, and in fact, they've gotten a pick on Mr. Winter. Curious George able to try and salvage this at the moment. Getting a couple of picks. They might still hold on, but Cosmic has the blade. They've let it go. They've got a pick, but there was only 1 HP left, so they only take 1 out. Curious George continuing to get the picks. How's Your Day finds the res as well onto Nice Guy, and despite a very valiant effort from Let Him Cook.
Wow.
The first map, the first
Wow.
sub map goes to CIU.
That was back and forth for both these teams, as you had opportunities for both these teams to take that fight, and every single time they did not let it go. These teams are going to fight tooth and nail, and I am excited to see it.
Yeah, and we're headed to Sanctuary next. So another point where you can run this kind of brawling composition that we're seeing from both of them. However, it's entirely possible to run something a little more dive-oriented, something with a little bit more mobility. But at the moment, both of these teams really seem to be sticking to their guns with this more brawly composition. Zest staying on the Pharah. Nobody really making drastic changes here, though we do have Jinxie Winxie on the Echo, which got a lot of value at the end of the last map as well. Fight breaking out here on the high ground.
That it is, and you're looking at both these teams dueling on the Orissas. It's two different styles, though. You have a little bit of almost a poke composition coming out from CIU with those DPS. Whereas Let Him Cook are looking to get more in your face, and I think that does synergize more with the Orisa.
Yeah, Nice Guy having to run away pretty hard. Volt, though, able to chase them down, finds the pick. Jinxie Winxie going down. Volt follows them shortly thereafter, so CIU Esports will be able to take first control.
Zest has just been dominant so far on this far, really showing off their abilities and the synergy between the Pharah and the Mercy, which has made it such a scary combo for 5 years of Overwatch. No matter what meta you're talking about, Pharah Mercy has been a scary combo, especially with not having the Sojourn in this tournament. You don't have the hit scan, and you don't have as much in the way of shutting down a Pharah Mercy than you would.
Ooh, Mr. Winter goes down very low. That's going to be an easy cleanup there for Let Him Cook. And with 2 players fallen, make it 3 now, the point will flip.
And it's good for Let Him Cook. They don't use any ults to take that, and they're coming up on all 5. They need to... I want to see them use these ults early so they can start a rotation and not have all 5 at once and just have this bank sitting and not gaining any ult charge from the upcoming fight. You have to also see them use their ults smart, as already Jinxie finds a pick onto the Pharah.
That's fantastic. They're going to go in for the duplication as well. Finding Reaper, able to get a kill right off the bat with it. They're going to have the Death Blossom here soon, but they might not even need it. Curious George, though, finding a way to put a lot of pressure on it. In fact, the point does get flipped. Jinxie perhaps chasing things down a little too hard. It remains to be seen whether or not Let Him Cook can flip it back.
They will, but with how that play happened, and whoa, that's some ultimates coming out.
Yeah.
That was a lot of ultimates that just came out from Let Him Cook. 3 people independently decided to press Q at the same time, and that is just a broadside straight into your ult economy. You went from 5 ults to none. You used all 5 ults in that one fight and the cleanup.
Yeah, CIU is going to be coming in with 2 very powerful DPS ultimates here. So if one doesn't land, they've still got another to try and make it happen. So that's likely going to be looking to use theirs first. This Nice Guy still needs to charge theirs. They pushed onto point now, kind of flipping the script on Let Him Cook. But Jinxie Winxie will not be deterred. They find the picks. A beautiful shot onto Mr. Winter as well. Let Him Cook just now eclipsing the capture percentage as well over CIU.
And that's really off the back of some good individual play. They don't have the ults, but they have the ability. They have the skill here. There's no other way around it. They're playing very smart with the positioning, with their composition, having just an advantage over CIU's, and this long range is really helping them keep CIU at that arm's distance, and they're just taking full advantage.
How's your day goes in with the trying to pocket Zez, but it's not going to be enough as Cosmic's able to take him out. Nice Guy comes in though with the Death Blossom in the end. They've now evened things up, and with the res coming in on both sides, it is a 4v4. Jinxie has duplicated the Reaper now, but not getting the picks or the damage that they need to necessarily build the Death Blossom. Jinxie trying desperately to chase down that pesky Mercy in the sky. It's going to be Mr. Winter who goes down first though for Let Him Cook. 99 on the board. They are looking primed to take this as there's no supports left. Everyone else falls, and it is even at one submap apiece.
That was really clutch there from Let Him Cook. Just really clutch. They had a solid mistake with the overcommit in that first fight, which was just down to not wanting their team, just not wanting to run into the problem of having that Orisa still capping the point and running out the timer. 3 people independently decided to press Q to finish this off in response to one ultimate, but they were still able to hold on just through some good play and through taking advantage of what their composition allows them to do.
Now looking to repeat that success. This is the most dive-friendly map in Busan, but tanks sticking to their guns, those guns being Orisa's. Cosmic with a beautiful dash through onto Zest, looking to try and keep the Mercy away from the res, chasing them down. Everybody is on How's Your Day, but they're still able somehow to get the resurrection off. They will end up capping point. Let Him Cook, that is, but CIU Esports backs off. Zest taken out. They're still gonna have to wait for the respawn.
That was a really smart resurrection from How's Your Day, able to basically resurrect someone in no man's land from cover and completely get away with it. You saw Cosmic searching for where that Mercy was. You saw the res go through. Where's the Mercy is the question. As now you're going through, you're looking for CIU Esports. They're on the Sombra now. They hacked the Mercy out of the sky, but she just Guardian Angels right away.
Yeah, not too much damage taken there, and now Let Him Cook is aware of the presence of this Sombra. Nice Guy gonna go down though almost immediately, so Let Him Cook looking primed to continue their dominance here on this point, especially after the rest of these clean up kills come in. Cosmic commits the blade though, despite all the picks.
And Let Him Cook are looking even more dominant on this composition. They just look way more comfortable on this Orisa, and they're rolling through. They've got a great ult bank as well, and they've got the early pick.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That's going to buy them another good solid 10 to 15% and put them in last fight territory. But Jinxie Winxie not going to be satisfied with just that. They're going to be forced into the duplicate, though, as they take a javelin to the face. They're going to have to try and back out now, fighting off a little bit more than they can chew. But again, we have pushed into last fight territory, and JarJarDinks will have the Kitsune rush for whenever CIU is able to push forward. Gonna have one of their own, though.
Yeah, JarJarDinks and Mr. Winter both have that Kitsune rush. It's going to be who can get that first pick. There's the Terra Surge just puts Curious George in no man's land.
Yeah, we are going to have the res onto Curious George. Overtime has been procced. Mr. Winter taking out Volt is a big boon here for CIU Esports. They've got what they need to start to take this point, and with Jinxie Winxie out of the sky as well, it will go in their favor.
It really will, and CIU Esports get the flip. It's going to be really tough for them to hold on. They've got some ults to really start, but maybe they win the next fight. But once the second fight comes around, if Let Him Cook pulls out a dry fight and just waits for those 3 ultimates that they have around 70% to charge up, we could see a really hard fight for CIU.
Absolutely. Cosmic just about has The blade on the line. Zest now looking for an opportunity to drop a pulse bomb. They get the stick, but the blade is going to stick a little harder. How's your day? Nowhere to be found.
Wow.
Pick coming in on the nice guy as well. Let him cook.
Wow.
Prime to take this point back. This is going to be the beginning of the end. Overtime is here. It's just the Tracer left. Not going to be enough. Let him cook takes the first map.
That was just a really good blade by Cosmic, and you saw exactly the plan there. Cosmic comes in with the blade, gets 2 kills, and honestly, at that point, you don't even need the other 2 ultimates. The Valkyrie was thrown out pretty late, and the copy was thrown out just to clean up some staggers, just to clean out the Tracer, because it was the only hero on the field. And off of a really good blade, you saw that point retake and a really good pop-off moment.
Absolutely. And in addition, we have one more mercy kill on our counter. So we're still doing it, but I'm gonna be honest, this is not the pace that they need to take the most series mercy kills. But regardless, happy to see it coming in. And now map choice going to be in the hands of CIU Esports. They will be going to a hybrid. 4 to choose from. We've seen 2 of them so far. We still have not seen Midtown or Paradiso, the 2 newest maps, as a matter of fact.
We've been relying on old favorites.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems we haven't been going to any of those Overwatch 2 maps yet, but we might end up seeing them. I think the interesting part is with these Overwatch 2 maps, there are a lot of an unknown. You have, even with the game being out now for 2 seasons, for 4 months now, there are still these strategies that you don't know. Every single map in Overwatch 1, it's pretty... There's a few strategies. There's just, on Numbani, you go dive. You can go Winston dive or Diva dive. On King's Row, you go rush. Oh, hey, the new hero is kind of good for rush. Well, now it's Ramatra rush. With these new maps, you're starting to see people figure it out, and it's a bit of an unknown because you scrim for certain possibilities on different maps, but when you don't know the possibilities, when you don't know what you're going to get, you can't scrim for it. You can't scrim for unknowns. And that's exactly why we're seeing, in my opinion, it's why we're seeing people stick to Overwatch 1 maps. Either that or they're stubborn and don't want to go to the ones they are new. But like clockwork, inexorably turning, we have another Overwatch 1 map. We're going to Numbani.
Yes, we are. And like you said, dive is the name of the game when you head to Numbani. So I'll be, got my fingers crossed we're going to see some of those heroes come out. Would love to see the Wrecking Ball make an appearance again, but not holding out too much hope. Now, both of these map, or rather Numbani, I feel like is another map where you can continue to use these aerial threats, right? You can continue to use the Pharah, you can continue using the Echo. They can both get a lot of value, especially on first point, even moving into second. So the Mercy's definitely going to have their work cut out from them again. Fingers crossed we see a few more pistol kills coming out from them, but regardless, I think this will be really interesting, and I hope we get to see what the dives look like for both of these teams, because we haven't seen it at all yet.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of we saw some dive come out from Rizzard Entertainment in our second match, but it was really more of that Winston composition rather than the really coordinated dive,
right? Yeah,
that you saw in original dive when you were talking the Winston, Tracer, Genji, that would send those 3 players and just send them forward and just work as a squad, find the least mobile target on the enemy team, jump on top of them and delete them from the video game.
Exactly. Well, we're going to be loaded into the game here very shortly. Excited to see what this is going to bring. We are having a substitution. Kraft is coming in for Volt for Let Him Cook. So I'm wondering if this is not a, an indication that they're bringing in a Winston specialist or a dive specialist, right? It could be something along those lines. But loading in momentarily, ready to see what's going to happen here in this next match. Let Him Cook up by 1 right now. So CIU Esports has to come back and win these next 2.
I think that they can do it. More than any of the other matches we've seen, this has been the one that has been very, very close. That first round on Busan was so close. And are we on quick play?
Ooh, that might need to be figured out. Yeah, can we get a... Yeah, let's get a pause here real fast. We're heading back to
Oopsies.
us.
Technical
K-Wing,
difficulties, everyone.
Huge catch. I never catch that. I am always caught off guard. Yeah. So kudos to you. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. We'll get that reloaded here shortly. But wanted to know, do you play Mercy? Have you ever mained Mercy? Is that a player in your toolbox, or is that a character rather who's in your toolbox?
I have played Mercy. I do like to think of myself as a Lucio main, but Mercy's definitely, I think Mercy's number 2. Mercy's number 2
Awesome.
on my so it's Lucio then Mercy. But yeah, I have played a little bit of the Mercy.
Nice. Mercy was actually my very first main in Overwatch. So yeah, started the game, put 100 hours on Mercy because I honestly hadn't played FPS games until Overwatch since the late 90s. I was a Quake speedrunner back in the day. And so I had to relearn the entire FPS thing, and I was like, you know what, we're gonna start with Mercy. I like this. Kind of keep it simple. But then I learned it wasn't so simple. It was very challenging. So I had a blast with it. But Mercy still got a special place in my heart. And I loved watching Chanel's video too, right before this, going over all the Mercy skins too, getting their input, their opinion on them. And I do have to say, Pink Mercy, great skin. Got one of my own. So very, very much enjoy that.
I'm jealous. I'm very jealous that you have the Pink Mercy skin.
My best friend actually gave it to me. He gifted it to me because
really?
because my mom is a breast cancer survivor, and he was
that's so cool.
Yeah, and he was a good friend from high school and was very close with my mom as well. So yeah, I love it. It really, really makes me happy that they did that.
Yeah. I also this is off topic, but it astounds me the variety in age between you and me, because you're like, I played Quake in the late 90s. And I'm like, I wasn't alive in the late 90s. I was born in 2002.
Yeah, that's fair. That's
Quake
fair.
is older than me.
Yeah, it is. No, I love it, honestly. Like, one of the things that I firmly believe is that gaming is for everyone. Doesn't matter who you are, how old you are, where you come from, what you look like, anything. Doesn't matter. We're here to have fun. We're here to enjoy this game together, and I'm always here for it. Excited to be a part of this tournament. Excited to see what these two teams are going to bring. We are in competitive mode now, so we will be underway here shortly.
That we are. I'm personally just very proud of myself for spotting that it was quick play. I'm gonna have that little badge of like, I spotted it. But looking more seriously, I'm interested at Let Him Cook's positioning here, because usually when you see teams play on Numbani, they play on the high ground surrounding the point. But Let Him Cook is playing a bit more aggressive. They're on the bus, and it looks like they're just trying to get some early poke damage, and then they'll rotate back onto the high ground. That's a bit smart.
Yeah, Cosmic does take a little bit of damage coming in from Zest, but they're able to kite it back effectively. CIU Esports trying to see if they can take control of that high ground overlooking point. We got a very aggressive dive coming in from Curious George. Gonna be punished for it as well as the DMEC does come in. Nice guy backing away to has to use their abilities to get out. But Zest coming in with a pick onto Jinx. He could turn things around here, K-Wing.
Zest gets the pick. Zest gets 3 picks onto the members of Let Him Cook, and they're just going to have to run away from the fury that is Zest, and that was terrifying there. Multiple picks, and immediately even on recontest.
Wow.
Even on recontest, that's getting picks.
Yeah, Cosmic going down almost immediately. Fushi says, you know what, I've taken enough damage. We're backing off, giving up first point, seeing if they can mount a better defense here on second.
And even then, they get picked by Zest. Zest has this early ult, and they might not have tracked it, so this is going to be a bit of a surprise. Zest is just so good at the video game. Zest is so good.
Yeah, those were 2 phenomenal directs from that rocket. Let loose with the barrage, finishes another off. JarJarDinks nowhere to be found, and Let Him Cook just forced back over and over again by CIU.
Zest is just sitting there with How's Your Day. The rest of their team just going like, Zest, don't go in, it's gonna be a 2v5. Zest just goes, then it will be a fair fight. And just completely destroys Let Him Cook. Not to downplay the rest of CIU Esports, but it has been the Zest show, and they have just been really impressing.
We've got Valkyries committed on both sides. Here comes the blade from Cosmic. Gonna see if they can deal a little damage here, but everybody's kiting it away. Curious George lets loose with the self-destruct. Getting back into the mech. Jinxie Winxie still holding on to this duplicate. They could use it, but the D-Mech going to come in. Jinxie takes out Zest again. Here's the Death Blossom on point. They will take Jinxie out of their duplicated form, but that's all they're getting for it. And Jinxie coming back in finds another pick. There's no tank left. Kitsune rushes on point, but it's still Let Him Cook in the driver's seat.
And this is a great place to hold. It's 3.5 minutes on the clock for CIU Esports, but this is a dangerous place to get held as you're looking at one of the longest stretches in the game. You are looking at 90 meters that you have to walk every single time that you lose a fight. And CIU Esports, they do not have a lot of ults, and they don't have ults even coming up. They're going to need to take an entire dry fight, and Let Him Cook are going to have 2, maybe 3 ults.
Yeah, and with that kind of danger looming around the corner, CIU Esports trying to take care of things very quickly, able to do just that, but Curious George goes down after Jinxie focuses them with their beam. Fushi finishing things up as well. Let Him Cook finding their footing here on second.
Any point touchers?
Oh,
good.
wow.
No C9.
Yeah.
Wipe off the brow there.
How's your day was close? How's your day was close?
They were.
You know what though, too? I feel like we've got two kind of like opposite ends of the Mercy player spectrum here with names. How's your day versus Guck Votes? Like that's, yeah.
We do.
Yeah, we really do. Yeah, I think
we have very nice and very like I hate ghosts.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Now you got Cosmic with the blades, still the ult from Let Him Cook. Just they have so many.
Yeah, but Zest gonna be able to find a pick first. Gonna be res though, so they're back up to full strength, but only for a moment. Traded out is Zest. Nice guy coming in with the Death Blossom as well. They desperately want to push this over the brink here, get to see third, and with plays like this, they are headed that way post haste.
That they are, as the time is now for CIU Esports. They're going to get all the picks they need. They're going to have about 3 minutes on the clock. Definitely not a huge time bank, but you can't count them out, especially with the ults they have. They've got 2 ults and they're charging up 3 more. Let Him Cook, they're coming up on 3 of their own. It's gonna be difficult here as we've lost a lot of the ability to have these defensive ultimates with the Mercy. being a fourth pick.
Self-destruct online for Curious George, but not going to want to use it here as the rest of their team has fallen by the wayside.
That they have, and a lot of ults used there for CIU Esports, and just not getting much out of Let Him Cook. Is really, you saw Let Him Cook come out much better off of that fight in terms of the ult economy than CIU. CIU's coming up close to 3 ults, but Let Him Cook coming up close to 4. And it's really, I'm really gonna, especially with the positioning disadvantage, Cosmic Blade is just gonna cleave through them all.
Oh, unless Zest has something to say about it in the form of a focusing beam trying to take down Cosmic once again. Now that they've been res, the focusing beam working overtime again. They're getting close to the duplicate as well, which is good because Nice Guy has the Death Blossom too. How's your day? Backing everybody up now with the Valkyrie as well. The duplicate here from Jinxie, but Zest focusing them down just about as hard as they can. The self-destruct from Fushi though does land. They take out Nice Guy. The follow-up is here, and Let Him Cook will take the fight.
I'm so conflicted with Zest because they had the copy, they used it to avoid the self-destruct. The problem is it was so cool. It was so cool, and I love highlighting cool plays, but also Enlightened Brain says maybe we should have just died to the bomb there and kept that copy in reserve.
Yeah.
It's tough though. You had to make that split-second play, and you can't fault Zest for that, but now they gotta go next.
Kitsune Rush committed here. JarJarDinks gonna counter with one of their own. Death Blossom in the back line. That's gonna land. Get a little charge as well for your Zarya there. Curious George certainly happy about that.
Oh, they have to be. And now the shoe's completely on the other foot. Unless Cosmic can get this blade up before the cart reaches the end, they will. That's clutch there. Can they get anything out of it though?
The bubbles coming in huge there from Curious George. The grab is massive, pulling them off of point. They're able to get a pair of picks. No DPS left for Let Him Cook, at least until the res comes in. But Guk comes in with the Mercy pick. They may, in fact, be able to hold on here at the 11th hour. Self-destruct going to clear point. Fushi takes out Mr. Winter. Zest strikes back, but it's not going to matter. They hold.
They save it at the last minute. 1 meter away from the end of this map. They hold on. That is devastating for CIU. They needed that to end there. They needed to alleviate the pressure, to start switching the momentum to their side. And now, Let Him Cook. They have the golden box of victory. They know exactly where they need to get to end this match and to keep their day 2 hopes in good health.
Yeah, both of these teams fighting for survival right now. The impetus, though, on CIU, they have to come away with this win. Their defense gonna have to stop them at some point here. First, second, third, doesn't matter as long as they do just that.
Couldn't say it better. They need a stop. Doesn't matter where, doesn't matter when, but they need it. As this is their tournament hopes on the line here. This round, if they hold, they stay alive. If they can't, then they might be all but done. CIU Esports have a mountainous task ahead of them. A Herculean effort needs to be done there. Can they finish it off as they do the exact same strategy with the getting some early picks or early damage onto the attack? But there's that first pick.
Yes, that's going to be able to take out the aerial threat. Suzu has to be used to get Fushi out of dodge. Still trying to get in a little bit of cleave damage, but might not have been the wisest choice as CIU Esports smelled blood in the water.
That is exactly how you need to start this off as CIU Esports. The way they need to hold this, they need to start with a definitive first fight win, which they have. Then they need to get these ults up early. They need to focus on Curious George's ult and Zest's ult. If they can get one of those ults, they can snowball it into a second fight win and more ultimates coming online with the cleanup. That's how you start the snowball, and that's how you start a huge hold, and Zest gets the first pick!
And what confidence with that shot. Lets the rocket loose, looks the other way, knows it's gonna land.
Wow.
So much damage going into Fushi, but Curious George has been demeched by Jinxie Winxie, and Fushi was able to remain in theirs. In fact, Let Him Cook turning things around. Jinxie on the prowl, putting in so much damage, causing so much trouble, with the Valking Guk in tow as well, finally going to be stopped by a barrage. And in fact, CIU turning it around pretty healthily as well, especially with that DMAC coming in.
Huge pick though. Zest kills Guk, and even the blade might not be enough. It's gonna get the pick on the Zest though. Cosmic going wild. Good Death Blossom to zone Cosmic away from the point.
Yeah, they were able to come away with one pick, but that is absolutely not going to be enough. And there's not much left in the ult bank either for Let Him Cook. They're going to have to take this fight slow.
They have to. Versus CIU, they've got the self-destruct. They've got the Kitsune Rush coming on way faster than JarJar's. It's going to be tough, but with Jinxie finding the pick onto Zest, that's a good start.
Yeah, Jinxie just cannot be stopped here today. CIU Spirits needs to find an answer for this. We got the duplicated Reaper doing a lot of damage to Death Blossom online almost instantaneously. Dueling Kitsune rushes again. Fox is running everywhere, wild on the point. Let Him Cook up by 2 at the moment. Curious George trying to zone away. They equalize in the kill feed, but there's no supports for CIU. Let Him Cook. Cosmic, it's all down to them and the 2 pockets that they have at this point, slowly whittling down the health of Zest. Guk does go down. Curious George is back. They're going to wait until the last moment to contest here.
They have to. There's the resurrection. How's your day? Gets the res onto Zest.
Huge.
Just pops in, rounds the corner, gets the sneaky res, and Zest is ready to fight this out. Already holding so far down. How's your day goes down.
What?
It's equal here. Cosmic not ready to let this go. Can they keep it alive? Fushi gets demeched, but Jinxie, the blade has to come out.
Yeah, they will be able to secure this point with the blade, but they're not going to have much left in the tank. Save for the Valk from Guk, which should be able to at least get Fushi to their ultimate.
I mean, the problem is, though, I don't actually know how much Fushi has toward the self-destruct.
Oh, they're out of mech. Yeah, they're out of mech.
They're out of mech right now.
Didn't realize
That's
that, yeah.
Huge. How much do they have? That's the question. If they have self-destruct close, they do have self-destruct.
Yeah.
That's huge for Let Him Cook, though. That having those 2 ults is going to be massive. You have a zoning ult in self-destruct, and you have the Valkyrie. It's still going to be tough for against CIU and their 4 ults, but you have the ability to get your 3rd ult, Jinxie's copy charge, while using that self-destruct and that Valkyrie. The question is, can they execute it before CIU finds some big hits?
And they're coming up on 4 ultimates right now. Make it 5, really. Curious George forced to use the self-destruct. Zest dropping in, looking for an opportunity to use this barrage, but not finding anything they like quite yet. Duplicate will be taken out, so Jinxie back to their normal form, not finding the value they wanted to out of that ultimate as well. Zest putting so much pressure right now on Guk. Finds them right in front of their face, delivers 2 rockets, and says, go back to spawn.
That was great there from CIU. Let Him Cook used 2 of their 3 ultimates they had online. CIU, they only used the Death Blossom and the Valkyrie, and they have 2 huge ultimates coming up. And Let Him Cook, they're just gonna have to tank it.
Oh, wow.
They can't.
Yeah, JarJarDinks going to be removed post-haste. That means there's not going to be another Kitsune rush to counter Winters. So CIU Esports in a fantastic position here. Jinxie has to fall back. No health left for them. Guk finally able to heal them, but there's only a minute left on the clock here, K-Wing.
They're going to have to use the
Wow.
Blade and the Kitsune rush. They get it. Jar Jar just keeps their team alive, but they still have to push this cart. There's going to be another fight for CIU, and Curious George has the bomb coming up. So does the Valkyrie. Let him cook. They need these ults to charge up fast, or they're just going to get deleted by the super-powered CIU squad. Unless no one can touch, they're going to actually let it.
Yeah, I think Nice Guy was trying to drop in. Don't know if they just mistimed it, or if perhaps they got booped away by Fushi. But regardless, minute and a half now on the clock for Let Him Cook to try and finish this point. 70.62 meters to go. It's not quite a full cap. They just need to get it over the line.
And it's not exactly what CIU had on their attack, but CIU
Ooh.
has a few ults, but there's that first pick. That's crucial, as it allows Let Him Cook to get more and more damage and more ult charge. They're going to use the copy as well.
CIU Esports putting up a pretty good front right here. Zest coming in with the barrage, gets the DMAC, but gets denied any further opportunity to have an impact in this fight. Jinxie chases down How's Your Day. Let Him Cook prime to push forward. This is getting dicey for CIU Esports. They don't have a win here. They have to get one. Otherwise, like you said, they go down by 2 games, and that means it is much less likely they make it to Seed A2.
It's gotta be here. There's the Blade from Cosmic. They need to survive this. If Nice Guy or Mr. Winter goes down,
Oh, what a bubble.
it could be the end of it. Good bubble there from Curious George, but the picks still come in.
It might not be enough. Suzu has to be used by Mr. Winter. They're very close to the Kitsune rush. They have to get this online. They drop it almost immediately, but Fushi is there with the self-destruct. They find them. Let Him Cook will cross the line. They will get the win and potentially have knocked out CIU from the tournament. Well, from tomorrow.
Yeah, CIU, their tournament hopes are on life support right now. And Let Him Cook, they've still got that chance. They're 2-1 now. If they get these next 2 wins in round 4 and round 5, we could see them in day 2. Now, unfortunately, we did not see them beat our record for the most series Mercy kills, but a great game nonetheless, as another 2-0 series brings us to the end of our casting juggle.
It does.
Last match for us.
It does. We are going to be passing the torch, I believe, to Ocean and Bullskunk, if I remember correctly. So we're you're gonna be in good hands. Love both of those guys. Love both of those casters. We do have another interview coming up though, so you got us for a couple more minutes. We're gonna send it to a short break. Don't go everywhere. We will be right back. We are back, and we have JarJarDinks in the booth with us. First off, congratulations on your win here today. Keeping your hopes alive for making it today, too.
Yeah, thank you. Much appreciated.
Oh, Jar, we need you to unmute in Discord as well. You're probably answering on stream,
okay,
but I couldn't
okay.
hear any of it.
I said, well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You bet. To start things out, I just got to know, based on your name, do you like JarJarDinks?
To be honest, not really. Like, the
Okay.
origin story of this name is like I was playing CSGO and we all made meme names. And it just
I
stuck.
like it. I like it. I like it a lot.
Too.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I have to ask, was there any moment in that last match in which you guys as a team had to sort of rally, where you guys had a difficult time with it and you had to kind of find a second wind?
Yeah, so I think on first point of Busan when we were coming out top right. Like, we just kept trying top right over and over again. And I think it got to like 60 or 70% before we capped. I'm not positive, but there was like a point where we just had to like kind of take a second, chill the comms out, make sure we had our target focus right, and then just all path like out the same way together. And I feel like from that point, like we started to like grind things back more in our favor. And then we took that after the first point on Busan, we won that. Like, or maybe it was second. Yeah, after we won second, it felt like things became a lot smoother.
Yeah, I definitely really saw that with once you guys worked through the kinks on Busan, there really wasn't a lot of stopping you. I guess my question would also be, looking forward, do you think that you can keep yourselves at just one loss and hopefully put yourself in a good position to go into the day 2 into that double elimination bracket?
100%. Yeah. I mean, I think there's no other squad I'd really have by my side right now. There's no other squad that I'd rather cook with. So, yeah.
That's fantastic. Love to hear it. Sounds like a lot of good camaraderie there in the team. And looking forward to seeing how the rest of the tournament goes for you. Now, before we let you go, just one final question from me. Is there anyone out there you would like to give a shout out to? Friends, family, whoever you'd like.
Yeah, I want to shout out my team. I want to shout out everyone for actually waking up, because they're a bunch of degenerates.
Relatable.
But
Very.
yeah, I want to shout them out because if this was a restaurant, this team would be a Michelin star, right? Because that's how much these cooks are cooking in the kitchen. So yeah.
Aww.
Love to hear. Well, thank you so much for coming in to chat with us today, and again, good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much. And I want to say once again, I respect the drip juggle, and I appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the kind words. Well, K-Wing, that's gonna do it for us, but we're gonna be passing the baton off to Ocean and Bullskunk here just a couple of minutes. Before we go though, if you want to keep in touch with us, follow us, what we're doing, you can find me at JuggleGod on Twitter, and frankly, wherever any social media is found. I think it's literally JuggleGod everywhere. So if you've enjoyed that, follow there. That's right, it's right down below. Right there. Am I?
Yeah, right down below.
Oh wow, my green screen took out my pen. That's weird. Anyway,
your green scr's just too good.
Yeah, it is.
I'm also
working overtime.
I'm also on Twitter. at KWingCasts. And if you want to keep in touch with me, I am there. I'm terminally online, so
love to hear it.
I'm always there.
Awesome. Well, been a pleasure as always, K-Wing. Once again, quick shout out to our production team, MI, Blizzard, and Hippie. Thank you so much, as well as the rest of the squad helping make this happen. Skiesti, thank you. Skiesti, sorry, I only messed it up once. Skiesti, thank you so much for putting this on. And we're gonna turn things over now to Bullskunk and Ocean. So don't go anywhere. More Overwatch action coming your way very soon.
Oh, welcome back, friends, to the Ride of the Valkyries tournament. Special appreciation to JarJarDinks and K-Wing for carrying us through that first half. We're headed into the second part of the day as we get into rounds 4, 5, and 6. My name is Jeff. I am here with Ocean. Ocean, what on earth are you wearing?
It's festive season.
I look up and there's a cute little pug and it says Christmas.
Yeah, it's festive season. That's why we're celebrating Mercy gameplay. You know what you do. You know what, you wake up on Christmas Day, you go on the rank ladder, and you play Mercy.
All right, I accept that. Hey, it certainly feels like Christmas around here today. It has been joyous. It has been a lot of fun, and we got more matches to come. We're only halfway through the day.
I actually have a confession. The reason I'm wearing this is Pure Irish is known for having the bio saying it's festive season. And I thought I'd make fun of him on broadcast, and this was the easiest way to do it. And Pure Irish obviously isn't playing today, but any opportunity to make fun of him.
It's okay. I'm making fun of you, and any opportunity I can make fun of you on broadcast, it works out. It's like, you pass it forward. You pay it forward. Now somebody can make fun of me, and, the world is healing,
nobody
comes
needs
full
an
circle.
invitation.
I know. I'm very aware. You did it to me enough. All right. Let's get on the rails here. We're starting off the rails. Let's dial it back in. We're headed to the Guardians division here for our fourth matchup of the day. A couple of 1 and 2 teams going at it.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to win if they want to get to the top 8 and get to day 2. So, life on the line for these two teams. I'm quite excited to get a, high stakes match for our first match.
Hey, you know what? I'm still cheering them on, and we have the most important thing. Never mind the prize money. Never mind making it to the double elim bracket tomorrow. Our most important stat is in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. That is your most mercy kills in a single series, currently held at 8. Total 13 on the day, but I'm looking for a team to see if we can topple that magic 8 number. So that takes priority in my book. Getting some wins, also good.
You know what they should have done for this event? I don't know if it's actually in the rule set, but instead of like map losses and wins for the tiebreakers, mercy kills.
Mercy kills for tiebreakers. There you go. Yeah, we'll have to submit that. For the grand finals, we'll put that in. That it's under review. Your request is being processed, Mr. Ocean.
Are you in charge of that? Because I think
Yes,
you're lying
totally.
to me right now.
I am 100% in charge of that. Yes.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, okay, I believe you. So we are in the Guardian division, which is lower gameplay, and this is exciting because I haven't watched any gameplay from a lower level in a while. And what the coolest thing is about these lower level tournaments, right, is you get to see progress. So like maybe the next time we do a ride of the Valkyries, right, you'll see these players maybe in the next division, right? That could be something cool to be looking forward to.
I think it's really important. I love seeing the growth of players like you're talking about, over the course of multiple tournaments, but also just a chance for, some players who aren't high GM to get to compete, to get to play in a really fun tournament, prize money on the line, get to, be on stream. And I think it's a wonderful thing. And, tip of the hat to Skiesti for including all SR ranges here in the Ride of the Valkyries tournament. I think it's amazing.
You know what's crazy? We've tried to include all SR ranges, but we still haven't covered yours.
Yeah, no, it just doesn't go low enough. It doesn't go low enough. I don't think the dirt division, it was like me. I was the only one in it. So I'm the grand champion of the dirt division. That's, yeah.
Undefeated champ.
Undefeated champ. It's my story. I'm sticking to it, Ocean.
Yeah, it's a good story. We're close to getting into the game, I believe. So heroes. I think we should talk about that, or I'm gonna talk about it. No, you don't get to talk about it. Unlucky. Pharah, I expect a little bit. Obviously, Mercy and Pharah, very good combination. There's no Sojourn for this tournament, so if you're expecting some Mercy Sojourn in the games today, that is not allowed. We're going to see probably some Ashe. I think Ashe is still underrated right now, especially with Sojourn not being available. I think that could be a really cool combination. And obviously, heroes like Echo, I think, are really, really good with things like Mercy.
Yeah, I mean, all of you, we've seen a spattering of all of those heroes here today, and some Widowmaker as well. And performed well. The Pharah Echo duels is a personal favorite of mine. Watching a little bit of the dogfight in the sky, and it does mean a lot of our fights kind of start off with the DPS. The DPS seem to be controlling a lot of space and setting the tempo here for our teams, particularly attacking teams.
I think that's what Mercy's job is, right? So we're talking about a Mercy tournament, right? So at the highest level, you would see Mercy players, Lucio players, and Piggiez players, main support players typically. What their job is, especially in extremely high level, is just kind of set the tempo of a team fight or a round of Overwatch, and Mercy's really good at that. Why? Because damage boost, right? You can damage boost an Echo as they go for a duel, you can damage boost your Winston as they try to build ult charge, and you can also pocket your other support with some heals to make sure they stay alive, and you can play a more defensive fight that way. So that's something we can look out for, because of course it's a Mercy tournament, and we should probably look and highlight the Mercies, right?
That sounds like a wise maneuver. We are going to start off on Ilios. This is a fixed map here for the start. It will be loser pick from there in this first of 2 series. You're going to see Edward on the Lucio. This is legal just to get the team out of spawn for both control and push. So that is a legal maneuver here in the beginning. Edward will be swapping on over to the Mercy. There she goes. Teams are out of the gate. We are underway.
Yeah, Pharah versus Echo. That's going to be fun, right? That's going to be the matchup that we're going to highlight. And also, of course, Alexis versus Edward. The two Mercies going at it. What can they do for their DPS in this first team fight?
Ideally, we get a Mercy v Mercy duel, but, one can hope. One can hope. Drop down low, trying to provide some support. Look to get some point presence, but has to fall back as Doom Magician has moved on up to the high ground. Put a lot of pressure down. Gromp backing up. Heals and Mercy's there. Sticky bombs come in. Just charges up Gromp a little bit. The biggest bird still on the big in the back foot. Amp have a lot of map control at the moment. Deathbound needs to watch out. HotWizard was diving in from above. HotWizard looking to turn their attention onto the DPS line. Lands a direct onto Doom Magician. It's going to keep him at bay for the moment. Amp have already grabbed control of the objective and are still continuing to put pressure down on the biggest bird. But 2 kills come back to back from HotWizard. That is directs for days. Makes it a quick 5v3. Attention now turn to Deathbound. Deathbound backs up. Doom Magician just pushing forward as far as they can, trying to provide room for the res, which does come through. Alexis falls. HotWizard continues to remain unchecked in the skies.
You calling HotWizard hot, or what's going on here? I need to know. Anyways, you can expect a hot ultimate in the next team fight. I don't know what I was going for there. I was just kind of prepping to talk about the Pharah having Barrage next team fight, and I thought it was funny. It didn't really work. So, Barrage next team fight, that's going to be really interesting because as Amp walk into this team fight, that's when they're going to be most susceptible to that Barrage.
And you could possibly have a grab to combine with it if they so choose. The biggest bird have grab control of this point at the moment. Almost caught at the percentage. Amp built in that first fight. That barrage just come out. Duplicate over the top. Nano boost thrown in onto HotWizard. Keeps him alive through that. Duplicate. Barrage in answer. Put some damage down, but no kills as a result. And Vapo is losing players all around him.
I actually like the idea of going for the duplicate on the forward, try and take them out, and then the barrage on the back line as well was actually pretty good and well executed. Unfortunately, not enough for a fight win, but I think that was a really cool idea from Viet. But I don't think they should be afraid to try that again later in the series. Ultimate's next fight, I'm interested to see how the Kitsune Rush and the Graviton Surge interact, especially since there's no support ultimates for the biggest bird. I think those are the big ultimates for both of these teams in the next team fight. Let's see how those two ults interact.
Milkshake does a good job to get out of there alive so they can be there, take advantage of that Kitsune Rush from Death. Now moves along the outside, Stardust goes down. Has target set, Quicksilver falls under the shotties as well. It's going to be a late Graviton Surge in. HotWizard's able to bring it back by 1, but still down 1 in this fight. Now down 2 as Vapo gets rezzed up, and it's a 5v3 favoring Amp moving on to this point, taking out the tank. They're going to flip this objective right back. Nice.
I only highlighted the Mercy kill because to kill on the Mercy as well. I think
No,
it
it's
should be
good.
double
That's
points
good.
personally, and we need to keep track of
agree.
them. Because otherwise we don't know how to count. Casters aren't very good at counting. It's kind of a trend on broadcast. Right, next team fight. Here we go. It's still in line for Amp. Again, that's probably going to be their win condition. They could even pair it with that Death Blossom. That would be a good team fight plan. The problem is, Death Blossom doesn't really hit things in the sky, and HotWizard is close to another barrage, so DPS versus DPS, one has to support up to back them up though.
Vapo up close. Takes up the air to keep HotWizard at bay while Quicksilver's going to drop the Deadeye. Quicksilver falls mid-Deadeye. Deathbound has the rush on board. Milkshake drops the Death Blossom into the back. Fueled by speed and death reigns here for Amp. That's 72% on the board. We're close in final fight.
That was an awesome fight execution. That's something I did not expect to see in the Guardian division. No offense, gold players, right? That was kind of awesome, right? So you saw Vapo kind of zone out HotWizard on the fire because they probably knew Barrage was online, right? So they eliminated that threat, and then once that threat was eliminated, they would straight in with the Kitsune Rush with Death Blossom, and that could just win them the round.
Oh, but Quicksilver finds an early pick. Alexis really wants to get that res. Don't think they're going to be able to. Edward goes down low, gets the Valk just in time, and is out of there. Meanwhile, Quicksilver continues to lay shot after shot. In the back, well, Amp and Caster will relinquish control of this point. Not enough presence. They still have 9% to work with.
I think they'll get a touch. So Kiriko needs to stay alive, they do. Maybe the Echo is probably the wisest touch, or the Kiriko, and then they get TP out. That would be a smart idea. They do get the touch, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I think it should be done and dusted.
With the Kiriko out, it's going to be tough. Doom Magician eats a bio nade, and Quicksilver makes short work of the Scientist. And the biggest bird, indeed, will maintain control. A good last fight win, a penultimate fight win for biggest bird, sets them up for a sub-map victory as they go up 1-0 on Ilios.
Yeah, I thought that was a good little round, that, you know. We saw some really well executed team fights. I think the first team fight where we saw HotWizard get a lot of value was really well executed. I like the Katsina Rush Death Blossom combo between Milkshake and Deathbind. I thought that was really cool. I really enjoyed that. So it was a really competitive round of Overwatch to start off this series. So I thoroughly enjoyed it. Let's see what these teams can prepare for us here on Ilios Ruins. Shall we have an Overwatch fun fact? Do you reckon it's that time of day?
Please, yes. Drop me some fun facts, Ocean.
Ilios Ruins is the only map or point or objective in the game that does not have a mini health pack around it. There are only mega health packs here on Ilios Ruins, and there's 7 of them.
I suppose there are, huh? And the 3 on either side are kind of in a line. You have the one inside the ruins, and then 2 on either side, kind of mirroring it. Interesting. I did not think about that. Good fun fact.
It was a good fun fact, thank you.
We're going to get the Winston versus the Zarya once again. Quicksilver going on over to Alonso. Double sniper here. Quicksilver immediately making presence known. Big Poke at Rez. Milkshake not so lucky. Still only 1 DPS, and this is going to be a lightning fast fight win. Vapo makes sure that the biggest bird do suffer a little bit of casualties, and Amp have managed to grab control of the point. Deathbound able to stay alive, and Amp are going to be dislodged despite some great early picks coming out of Quicksilver. Amp are sticking around in this fight. Quicksilver up on the top, drops the storm arrows, and helps finish off Vapo. Now attention turned to Do Magician, who is low on health, bubble expended. Will eventually find Quicksilver before they give their life for the cause, but Amp have managed to hang on through this first fight.
Yeah, and they're holding the objective for now, right? So they're getting percentage as this is all happening, and this is pretty important because the biggest bird, they don't have a composition that sits well on the point, right? I mean, Zarya can take a lot of spam damage, and that's why that's not the most beneficial thing to do. So it's difficult for them to actually gain percentage. So 40% is going to mean a lot in the later rounds, even though the biggest bird are going to take the point.
It looked like the biggest bird were about to just win first fight right out of the gate. So I think Amp getting 50%. That's wonderful for them. Beautiful tenacity.
Yeah, I also don't think the biggest bird's composition is helped out by the fact that there's a little dip where the point is, right? And then you're kind of further away. And Zarya's really good in close quarters. And you see like the Soldier 76 and the Kiriko doing damage from range. That's not good for the Zarya, but Grove might have a chance to take an early fight here with the Graviton Surge. They've got some more opportunities and things to play with in this next fight to make it easier to play the Zarya here.
Amper taking a split approach. Make sure that Guav doesn't get max value from the Graviton. Into the back goes Do Magician, and it's going to be a swift step in for Vapo, but they eat a sleep on the way back. Grab on the point, and Vapo goes down. Deathbound not far behind, and Do Magician just, leapt up and came down right into a bunch of death. Nice, clean, flawless fight win from the biggest bird.
It was really good because once they saw Amp do really interesting engagement, right? So Amp had multiple players on multiple sides of the objective trying to kind of pincer the biggest bird, and they just walked backwards and they're like, something's up here, we need to kite. And then they used the Graviton Surge as soon as the biggest bird tried to collapse. It was a good team, as soon as Amp tried to collapse, it was a good team fight from the biggest bird. Nice little pick as well to give them a little bit more time in and around the objective.
I mean, it does get res, but that means Alexis does not have that utility online here for the early stages of this fight. The Magician still getting aggressive, has the Primal Rage, he's going to go ahead and have to pop it. Gets slept immediately, Stardust, making Do Magician's life absolutely miserable. Quicksilver over the top, receives a nano, Tac Visor's going to take down 2, 3, fall to the Tac Visor.
Quicksilver's going to tear, so they are. This series, nice little Nano Visor to get a couple of points. This is interesting. Mercy kill? Mercy kill? There we go! Go on, Edward!
She got it!
Awesome!
Right,
that was sick.
Right.
It actually might just win the round because Deathbound staggered here, and that was probably their win condition, right? Because they've got Katsina Rush. I think that Mercy kill is going to win this first map.
I think that's worth double points in my book, particularly if it comes to fruition. Vapo trying to get close. He didn't get the rest of this Death Blossom up. Not a whole lot online from the other side. Do Magician and Vapo going into the back, looking for the Ana. Stardust very low. Has to use the nade on themselves, trying to back out of them. It gets pounced upon while Vapo drops the Death Blossom in. Able to take Quicksilver down as well. So this map not done just yet. Amp are, they're bringing it back.
That one, they get back just in time to use that Katsina Rush and win the fight for Amp. However, Amp don't have much for this next one, Bullskunk. And they're playing into a Graviton Surge, an Infrasight, which means the biggest bird. No, we're everywhere. Or not everywhere, where everyone, on AMP is. And that's going to make things really difficult, especially when they're playing into the Grav, the Valkyrie. This should be a win for the biggest bird.
Making the calculations. Looking for the best plays to drop this Graviton Surge. Has Bayfo in their phase for the moment. Stardust coming back in to drop the heals. Bayfo trying to get out of there. Cannot escape. Stardust is going to pick that one off. Graviton Surge thrown in there to secure those pair of kills while Alexis tried so hard. The Mercy's doing their darndest to keep the teams in it, but Amp is going to fall. The Magician with the Primal Rage just waking up in time to see that their team has been decimated. The biggest bird will take Ilios and are halfway to winning this series.
Brilliant from the biggest bird there in that last team fight. Really nice execution. I've been really impressed by the different types of fight executions we've actually seen in that first map of Overwatch, given we are in the Guardian division. I thought the infrasite to set up that entire team fight was really cool. You see how much more pressure we're under once that infrasite came out. Knowing the Avatar is going to be probably online for the biggest bird. Really cool team fight execution from them. And they certainly take the series, first map of the series, 2-0.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's just one map. It is a first to two. So one
You know what
map.
it is? You know what it is?
What is it?
It's the Christmas season. It's making me nervous. That's why I'm making all of the missed calls. It's Christmas season.
Christmas. I mean, it has that effect on you. I understand.
Yeah.
I totally understand. But as I was starting to say, being a first to two, each map obviously carries that much more weight. So, but the biggest bird are halfway to, putting themselves in a 2-2 position. Here at the end of round 4. I'd say both these teams are kind of in dire straits as far as making it into tomorrow's game, making it into that double elim bracket. So the biggest bird would like to go ahead and just close this out quickly and see if they can keep putting numbers in that win column.
I think the lowest record you're probably going to need to get in there is a 3-2. So both these teams kind of on their last legs, if you will. Next month seems to be happening. We're going to be going to Blizzard World, interesting hybrid map of choice. It's kind of like a combination of some other hybrid maps where it's very linear in the sense of King's Row, but also has those unique high grounds that you see on like a Hollywood or an Agmal Point B.
Well, and like point A and C are fairly linear, but point B is all over the place. You have several ways that you could approach point B. So the composition choices on this are always fascinating to me. Do you invest heavily in trying to make it to point C? Do you switch up your composition for the different terrains, the different geometry types that we see going through the objectives? A lot of options here available to our teams. The only option not available was Sojourn, and you have to play Mercy. That's it. Other than that, world is your oyster.
And it's very tasty oyster as well. Do oysters taste good? I've never had an oyster before.
Delicious. I'm allergic. I wouldn't know.
Oh.
They kill me.
We actually have a festival for oysters over here in Northern Ireland. I don't know. It's called the Oyster Festival. I think it's about oysters anyways. That would make sense, right?
Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, there was an old cult about oysters. They wrote some songs like 100 years ago. Yeah, they were blue oysters. In case you were wondering, then they don't fear reapers. In case you were wondering,
I would fear Milkshake's Reaper if they clearly weren't watching because, as I said, you got to fear Milkshake's Reaper.
I mean, Milkshake was looking good. I can't argue that. 10 out of 10 segue, my friend.
Most milkshakes do look good, mate.
Oh. All right, we're heading into Blizzard World. This is Amp's pick. They're going to start us off on the attack, which means we're going to talk about the biggest bird and their defense. Coming out with double sniper once again. Grov moving on over to a Sigma. We're going to get the scientist here in Blizzard World.
Yeah, it seems that Grov is more comfortable on like your more typical off-tank heroes, right? They played a lot of Zarya on our first map of Ilios, and now Sigma here. I think it's a really good pick, right? You got your double sniper, your Kiriko, you're forced into selecting the Mercy, right? Mercy's really good in these kind of poke compositions because, well, Mercy's really good at damage boosting, right? And that amplifies your spam frat as your opponents try to wiggle their way towards any sort of objective that they may have.
A good read from Amp as they pull out the Ariza, very good at pushing into poke compositions. Also have Vapo on the Genji. So we'll be looking for the tried and true Nano Boost to go along with the Dragon Blade. Nice rotation from Amp as they're going to go all the way through Mega Rune, trying to come up behind and just close the distance here. HotWizard is ready for him, though. Quicksilver as well, both of which are going to land shots, both of which find DPS. The remainder of the team looking very low as they move up to the high ground. Biggest Bird doing a great job of adapting. Quicksilver running away, finds reinforcements, and nothing like some friends to help you take down an Orisa.
That was actually a really cool engagement from Amp. It's just like kind of mistimed it, right? They went around this side, they minimized the amount of spam damage they took, and then just not quite right on the engagement. Vapor went in a little bit too early, gets their head chopped off by HotWizard. He's going to have Infraside available for this next fight. And while that may not seem like a really big ultimate, in this current situation where we've got kind of a composition that wants to get up close and personal versus a spam composition, it's really helpful to know where your opponents are rotating. So this is a lot of free information for the Biggest Bird.
And like you mentioned, kind of in a very vital position where the choices Amp make on the inside really determine how they approach this point. The Biggest Bird, you can see all sides trained. Doom Magician just found that out the hard way. Do have that res, and the Orisa is back on all four of their feet. But Grove is going to make sure that doesn't happen again as Deathbound falls to the Hyperspheres. Look like a nice Sonic arrow to help scalp that one out. The remainder of Amp still going to try to work around the outside. Same verse here. Dragon Strike out is going to split the team in two. Doom Magician trying to go up to the high ground, see if they can claim a little bit of space. Grove down low, putting pressure on the two that remain back towards the B point. And it becomes a little duel between DPS on the high ground. Vapo opts out of that duel, drops back down low. Grove has fallen, which means point presence notably absent here for the Biggest Bird. Amber just going to move on and start building percentage. They got 2 ticks already, but Deathbound falls once again. Milkshake goes down as well. This attack is petering out.
Yeah, I think this fight's done. That was a really nice shot from HotWizard. If the duel in that little rune goes the other way, you can actually probably see turning that fight, but HotWizard really on red alert there to where Milkshake was. Good shot. Then the little SMG to finish off. Nice shot from HotWizard, who again, look what ultimate's up here. They've got the Infraside again, so they're going to know exactly where Amp are rotating, when they're rotating. A lot of free information. And I think this ultimate was really setting up some critical fights for the Biggest Bird.
Milkshake brings all the Widowmakers to the yard.
Well, and then loses to them in a duel? That's not ideal, is it?
yeah, I mean, you know, that's what the Milkshake does. At least in that particular instance. Milkshake was looking cracked up on the first map, so, you know, no shade. All right, here we go again. Amp for the 3rd time, trying to loop around from the outside. Alexis goes down. She was able to get that amplification matrix off. Res, nice and safe. Alexis on their feet, and it's going to be a 5v5 once again. Milkshake, 98% towards attack visor, moves up to the high ground. No volition of their own. Nice little magnetic grenade is going to find one. Attack visor from the top is looking for some supports and will find Edward. Now has sights set on HotWizard. HotWizard down low, just a scrap of health. Decides to sacrifice themselves to the cause.
Yeah, that was a better yard-breaking exercise for Milkshake, right? Awesome little setup with the attack visor, getting to the high ground at just the right moment and finishing off that team fight. And up, going over to the Winston-type composition again. They seem to be very comfortable on that. I think that's a good idea for them. If you're comfortable, do it. Heck yeah. Also, Winston is a very good matchup here, right? Against Sigma, who, again, yes, has a lot of poke potential, but so does Winston, right? As soon as you poke at a Winston, then you're allowed their supports to build up ult charge, and when Alexis is on the Ana, you have nano boost, and then you have a nano boost of Winston on your snipers, and then you're really sad.
Nano Winston for happy times does not make. At least for the enemy. Milkshake from the outside. Man,
what's going on there?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I think they hit their head on a tree branch.
I thought something else was going on right there.
Managed to get up in the sky and has landed some rockets down. It's going to force the Suzu out of Stardust a little bit early here on this defensive side. Vapo jumps back inside the Nexus, and Milkshake does get popped. Doesn't look like Deathbound's going to try to get the rest. Deathbound gets taken out with super low, trying to make it back to safety. Goes down. Bionade comes into the mix, and the Suzu doesn't cleanse it, but there's just not enough damage left here for Amp to take advantage.
Yeah, but they do get it in practically one team fight all the way to the end of point B, right? Which, I mean, yes, it actually makes it kind of harder for them to get onto the objective and finish the rest of the point, because I mean you're gonna have the biggest bird sitting around the objective with their spam composition, with the infra side up again as you try to approach. That's gonna make things really difficult for Milkshake actually on the Pharah, with that infra side up for HotWizard, knowing where the Pharah is, of course. Widowmaker Pharah, not the nicest matchup, but there is a key win condition online for Alexis and Doom Magician next fight. Nano boost onto the monkey, creates a ton of space, and you maybe got a pulse bomb. That's the win condition for Amp in this next fight.
Doom just needs to stay alive. Okay, gets the primal just in the nick of time. But Alexis goes down. There will be no nano here. 30 seconds left, and Amp are already down to just 2 players. Need to reset, and you need to reset now.
Milkshake, die! There we go. That's good. Easy reset. Oh no, they lose their Winston, and they need that Winston for the nano boost. Oh, this last fight, you have the nano boost still available, but who takes the nano boost? Who can get on the objective and do some work? By the looks of things, it's gonna have to be Vapo.
And once you get on the objective, you've got a Graphitic Flux to worry about. And, well, I mean, that's 2 players aren't even going to make it there. HotWizard and Quicksilver just have their number. And the biggest bird put up the biggest defense here on point B. Yeah, we're just gonna skate right over that. Yeah, I said it. That's right. It was the biggest defense, even though it was a point B hole, but it will suffice. As overtime is going to go ahead and just bleed down. Some stall tactics coming out of Milkshake as they went over to the Ice Queen. But those tactics are now done. It is nothing but melted ice here in Blizzard World, the company, the Rainwater.
Wait, isn't that just lots of water?
That is just lots of water, yes.
Ah, that's me! That's me! We've just made me! I'm the ocean!
We've made ocean, yes.
Aha!
Ah.
Big friend. That was the whole goal of this series, actually.
All right, job done.
Yeah, to have Amp lose first map, take us to Blizzard World, have a Meg die on Cartlet, and then we can make that joke.
Oh, look at that. Our observers are giving you the ocean. Look at this. It's beautiful. It's peaceful. It's serene.
Thanks for all the compliments, mate. I know you don't mean them.
No, that's okay. That's okay. You are also beautiful, peaceful, and serene. Yes. Yes. We will go with that. We will go with that.
Oh.
Ah! That was scary.
Hello.
That was scary. Well, things are about to get a little less peaceful and serene in roughly 30 seconds as the biggest bird take to the attack. See if they can close out this series right here, right now.
It looks like both teams are flashing Reinhardt, so what was a beautiful and serene poke versus brawl fight is now brawl versus brawl, and it's going to get really hectic and real wild very soon. Just a quick shout out to our observer, MI Blizzard, for the awesome shot as we talk about the ocean, and Hippie, our producer for today. Awesome work, you guys, and thank you so much for doing the prod work to make us look good.
That's not an easy feat, friends. It's not an easy feat making us look good. Early attack here from the biggest bird. What an odd place for a fight. What am I watching? There's Junkrat bashing here from the defensive Amp, and they're holding down low and lost and found. Interesting. Okay, rotation coming out of the biggest bird. Amp are going to rotate back up to statue to match. Milkshake is trying to throw in some spam, see if they can keep Doom Magician alive. They are able to do so temporarily. Vapo had to sleep it off a little bit, but is back up and putting fire down range. The biggest bird with a couple of approaches, and Doom Magician does fall. Front line down here for Amp. The rest trying to back up. Vapo did not get the memo. Alexis very low. She's not going to make it out of there either, though res will not happen as HotWizard lands those 2 directs. To make his bird moving on to the point.
It was a cool plan. Unfortunately, the coolest plans don't always not fail. Ocean 2023. I almost said 2022.
The coolest plans don't always not fail.
Yep.
All right. I'm writing that one down.
It's good. It's good. It's good logic. You should live your life by it. The biggest bird, the biggest win for them, apart from getting the objective, the first objective of the 2 they'll have to capture to win this map and the series and keep their hopes alive of getting to day 2, is the fact that they built so many ultimates. They're going to have all 5 here for the next team fight. And Amp will be lucky to have 2 in this next engagement.
One of those could be the amplification matrix, coincidentally enough. Try to slow down this approach. Biggest Bird are taking things very conservatively, just hiding behind cart at the moment. They're not looking to challenge high ground. They're staying composed and just looking at not making any mistakes. The Magician decides to take aggression into their own hands, push forward, looking for some place to use this shatter. It's the mental Ryan games, both Ryans with their ultimates. Shields being flashed, trying to find an opening. Heal Nade should give Grov the advantage, and Grov blocks the shatter. It lands one of their own. Doom Magician gets flattened like a pancake.
I wonder if the switch to the Diva might be worth it, right? Because then you can get better control of the Pharah, and you can take control of the high grounds a little bit better, and maybe nullify Quicksilver a little bit. That might be an idea. Or Milkshake just kills them. Or that. That's a better idea. Milkshake also has a Rip Tower for this fight. This should give them a pretty good advantage on allow Amp to hold on for now.
And putting a lot of attention onto Quicksilver, who is on the back right-hand side. Tyre gets taken out by Quicksilver, as does Vapor. As it's Milkshake into the back, get some revenge. Has to trade themselves for it, and it's still a player advantage here for the Biggest Bird on the point. Quicksilver back on their feet. You see Deathbound fall sadly out of the sky. Moments away from victory. The Biggest Bird move in. Grov swinging for the fences. Looking to land that fire strike onto a low to Magician. A hammer will get the job done and finish off not just Blizzard World, but the series as a whole. The Biggest Bird coming out with a 2-0 victory, moving to 2-2 in the tournament.
2 and 2. Keeping their hopes alive of getting today 2 as well. 2 is just the magic number there, apparently. I enjoyed that map from the Biggest Bird's perspective. I thought it was really good. What I really enjoyed about it was their defense in particular, right? Where they had the double sniper composition with the Sigma, so they were just kind of... Their idea and goal was just outspam their opponents and threaten them from all angles. I thought they played it really well. At times they would set their Widowmaker up on a different angle to be more oppressive. Their infosites were really good to get lots of information. I thought that was really well played from the Biggest Bird.
I really enjoyed the Rhine matchup, and outstanding Mercy play, because that's what this tournament's all about. And though we didn't see any Mercy kills in that map, I particularly enjoyed the Mercy v Mercy duel we saw on Ilios. I think that was the highlight for me, actually.
Yeah. You know what my highlight was, Jeff? Spending time with my good old friend Busan.
Oh well. I'm just gonna leave it on that wholesome note. I'm all verklempt. I'm all verklempt. We've got an interview coming up, so stick around. When we come back, we're gonna talk to all winners. We'll see you in a minute. Ellis.
Of course, happy to be there.
Congrats on the victory, by the way. I should have included that in the intro,
Thank
but I
you.
want to go ahead and throw that in there. You were talking before we went live that, scrims had been kind of interesting to set up between this team because you've got Quicksilver as well as Grov are stationed in the EU. How did that come about? How were you able to get this team pulled together in time?
Yeah, that's right. Well, so we're all old Discord friends from the Joomla Discord. And yeah, getting scrims set up has been interesting with the, I believe it's 8 hours or 9 hours time difference for us. And so all of our scrims have been super late at night for them. And it's, they've been putting out a huge amount of effort. So I appreciate that from them.
It worked out really well. Hey, the results were there today, or at least in that match.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm going to ask you to walk me through a bit of Blizzard World, because you run the Widowmaker, you took a lot of different angles, and you played this really interesting kind of poke spam based Sigma composition. Talk to me about some of the moments on your Blizzard World defense.
Yeah, so that's a map that we actually did practice in scrims quite a bit. So that was a comp we were pretty comfortable with, but they're the first team that's actually wrapped all the way around past like the Eagle spinner carts and then all the way behind us. So I just kind of improvised going by the presence, boots on ground. Oh, sorry, presence in the winter map. It's the boxes up on the right side. And then tried to just get a better angle, bullets in the red team and see what happened.
Yeah, so this is something a little bit different to go up against. Let's talk a little bit more about yourself as an individual. So, how did you come into playing Overwatch? What are some of your favorite heroes other than the Widow and the Pharah that you played in this series? Just talk to me a bit about yourself as an Overwatch player.
Yeah, sure. Well, I started when the game first started, like just after beta, and I was mostly on like Lucio or Reinhardt until I could get a nice computer, and then once I could actually see what was in front of me, I started playing a lot more heroes. And now I like to say I'm a flex player in general, but DPS is definitely my comfort pick with like Bastion or Genji in addition to Widowmaker and Pharah.
Okay, awesome. I might hand you back over to Bullscan and see what we got lined up for you now.
Oh yeah, no, I just have some rapid fire questions, kind of along the same vein, just in a get to know you kind of fashion. So here we go. Pancakes or waffles?
Oh, waffles.
Pineapple on pizza, okay or no?
Absolutely okay.
What? All right. Cereal first or milk first?
Cereal first. How could you ask?
Is a hot dog a sandwich?
Sadly, yes.
Is there anybody you want to shout out before we let you get out of here?
Yeah, I'll shout out the entire team, Grov, Alicia, my girlfriend Edward, Stardust, Quicksilver, and then of course Skiesti and all the production team running this.
Oh, wonderful. Hey, well, we really appreciate you doing the interview with us. Congrats once again. Good luck with the rest of the tourney.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that was HotWizard, friends. Always good to learn a little something about our players. Don't shake your head at me, Ocean. Don't shake your head at me.
I'm disappointed in the answer for the pineapple on pizza question.
I'm on board.
I'm actually so angry.
I feel so validated. We're keeping it going. All right, speaking of keeping it going, we are not done with this tournament just yet. We're going to intermission. When we come back, it's round 5. We'll see you back here for more Ride of the Valkyries in just a few. And we have returned for more of the Ride of the Valkyries tournament. It's Jeff and Ocean back here at you. This time we're actually headed to the Valkyrie division. We're headed to the creme de la creme, the best of the best that we have here in this tournament, Ocean.
Yeah, and not only are we in the Valkyrie division, but we're with 2 teams that are 3-1 records, which means whoever wins this game will seal their fate and be in day 2 of the Ride of the Valkyries tournament. So we've got some stakes on our hands as well as some great gameplay.
Yeah, coming up next, we are going to see I Need Healing taking on Piggiez here to see who will move on and compete for that prize pool tomorrow. A couple of familiar names on both of these squads, Ocean.
Let's start with the most important thing about this entire broadcast. Actually, you just need to put some emphasis on this. Cabe, Kabe, what the heck, gamer? For the last 3 years, every single caster's been casting you. There's a fairy. You've been changing how you pronounce your name every single time on these sheets. I know for a fact it's not K-Abe this time around, mate. It's Kabe a couple of years ago, then it was Cabe, and now it's K-Abe. We're going to go for Cabe for this one, but I'm watching you.
I don't know. I think K-Abe should be the way to go. Like, if that's what's on your pronunciation sheet, you know, I'm flexible. I can roll with the punches. You know, if this gamer wants to just keep throwing us different pronunciations, we can roll with it. You know, like you got to be able to duck and dodge. This is a mercy tournament after all. You got to stay flexible.
That's what it is.
Yes.
Let's roll through the rosters actually. Since we're in the Valkyrie division, there's going to be some names that people know as well. So let's roll for I Need Healing. We've got Alinee, Paradox, Stone, Default, and Bowie. All of these like recognizable names. Alinee, of course, one of our partner Mercy streamers for this event. Really good Mercy player, and also was part of a charity stream that we did ages ago and smoked absolutely all of us. I remember not being able to kill a Mercy and it making me really upset. And Stone and Paradox, tier 3 staple, Stone and Paradox. I think I've seen them at LAN as well. So Stone, really good player, flex DPS player, really good Echo is what I know Stone for.
Yep, Paradox is going to be a flex DPS, flex support player. Excuse me. Playing alongside Alinee, who will be playing the Mercy here for I Need Healing. Should be a good matchup here. It's you know, we've got some experienced competitors on both sides, so that's we're definitely gonna be turning it up a notch from the game that we just saw.
Yeah, we've got Kid and Sawhill on the other team. Sawhill is kind of like a up and coming player in a sense of like they've been in and around like 1 or 2 years. We haven't seen like a really big result or even a multitude of results that tells me Sawhill is a top 2 or 3 player. But they've been in and around, and I've heard from a couple of people that they think Sawhill is really big.
Capture the objective.
Yep, no K-Abe in the lineup here to start, as both of our teams are out the doors. Sawhill on the Reinhardt, as Piggiez are going to rotate through the inside of the hallway, trying to grab some high ground. Kermit kind of leading the charge in that vein, put a little damage down. A couple nice shots on the Stone, but not able to find the one to get the final blow. Default trying to put pressure in from the outside, but it's Love is Rage on the Tracer to draw first blood here on Oasis. Sawhill follows it up with 1. It's a +1 to Piggiez at the moment. Love's range is a little bit low. There's the top off. Finally back to a full 150. Goes in, and 1 clips default.
A little bit unsure on the Reinhardt choice, especially here, right? You know, there's lots of high grounds you can play around. I feel like the extra mobility Winston has would be a good idea, but Bowie opting into the Ryan v Ryan. I don't think Bowie needs a second invitation. When I'm always watching like the high ranked streamers, Bowie is always on Reinhardt in the ranked, just kind of doing the Lord's work, inviting some Reinhardt gameplay into the world.
And Sawhill invited it. Bowie happy to oblige in the Ryan v Ryan matchup. Goes in swinging with some aggressive play. Takes a lot of damage and needs to shield back up a little bit. Alinee healing. Gonna rotate around for a second approach. Nope, just a feint. Looks like they're gonna go ahead and push into that right-hand side. Stone trying to work the flank as Bowie moves down low. Bowie down low again. Very, very low. Sawhill already has the shatter. Drops it down. That's gonna find both supports. I need healing. Get their legs chopped out from underneath them.
Yeah, what's going to be really interesting now, Stone going over to the Tracer, is seeing this Tracer matchup, because I don't know too much about Love's Rage as a player. So seeing a Tracer matchup from someone I know is like tier 3 established against Love's Rage, I haven't seen too much about. That's going to be an interesting duel to keep an eye out for. But also, because it's a Mercy tournament, Alinee and Vixie both have the Mercy ultimate, the Valkyrie. The ride of the Valkyries, one would say, in this next team fight.
Aline's go ahead and pop theirs early. Sawhill down low. Bowie finishes them off with the Fire Strike. And I need healing. Another one's coming in with the Earth Shatter and no shield to block it. But Bowie takes a lot of damage. Kermit able to land those shots and that one onto the head of Paradox. Gets the Dynamite up top. Put a little bird damage down, but Default's going to end up winning that duel while Paradox gets res. Meanwhile, back down low, Love is Rage. Surrounded by the Gates of Speed. Trying to chase down Stone. Will find that kill and more.
Well, Paradox gets out. Just the 2 supports left. I need healing, and they need healing, but they are the healers, and they cannot touch the point and keep this round going. First round of Oasis goes to the Piggies.
That was fast and furious there, Ocean. It didn't feel like the Piggies were in that firm control. Not like flawless 100-0 firm control. But at the end of the day, they managed to stay on top. Yeah, no, it was good. It was good. It was really good from Piggies. You know, I was really shocked to see them walk out on the Reinhardt, especially on Gardens, where you know that high ground is really, really important. And I was even more shocked to see it have positive effects in that first fight. But they won the first try, and they kept it going from there. Now it's going to be Sawhill sticking with the Reinhardt, but Bowie's going to come out on the Ramatra. So we get to see our newest hero here in Overwatch take to the battlefield. Very good on control, of course, with that Annihilation ultimate. Denying space to anybody who gets near. And no Lucio to be able to speed away from it. So Bowie's ultimate could be one to watch out for here as we approach our second round. And like no Aura to like sleep it either, so yeah. You don't really have many options to go up against this Ramatra ultimate. Going in Nemesis form, Bowie's going in the back, is just going to punch Kermit down. But Sawhill returns to the favor. And able to get +1 on that. Rez did come through on the default, but still, Piggiez has the greater numbers as the pin slightly missed. Bowie needs to pop the Nemesis once again, but it is running for their life as there's just nothing but Piggiez players right in their face. Yeah, no, I feel like Sawhill's having a really good game. Really assertive and very proactive in how they're playing the Reinhardt right now. Always seems to have a kill early on in the team fight. I think that's one of the best skills you can have as a tank player. Being active, not reacting to your opponent's always. And you're always trying to get your team on the front foot. And Sawhill's doing that very well. And continues to stay on the front line. Just then backing up, right as I said something, to give a little bit of space here at the choke. It's just going to immediately pin back in. Might have been a little ill-advised, but still has some armor to work with and is able to back out and shield up. Bowie, on the other hand, desperately trying to get the last 8% remaining towards that Annihilation. Taking a lot of damage, not able to press forward. I need healing are finally starting to inch onto this objective. Annihilation ready, but Stone goes down. As Kermit's able to land that shot. Love is Rage is going to put the pulse in. Bob throwing into the back, just smacks right into a lead. Oh, and there was just nothing but feathers left. Yeah, Sawhill, again, some more kills in that first team fight. That's the shatter for the next team fight. I know Sawhill probably actually didn't do that much in the last team fight, but I want to highlight them because they've got the shatter, right? And you actually see they're taking a pretty aggressive hold, the Piggies, right? You see Vixie in here with the
the Valkyrie and going pretty aggressive with the choke, and Zohel's ready to set up, slams right into a shield. That never happened again.
That's never happened to any Reinhardt player. No, never. It was a valiant attempt, Sawhill, but you caught the shield right on cooldown. Unluckers.
But just as I was hoping up at the choke, setting up the engagement, like, come on, like, cut me a bit of slack.
You know what? We're going to cut Sawhill a little bit of slack for that one, because Piggiez is sitting at 81%. We are in a Kitsune Rush available for both teams. Alinee Healing have a lot of resources to pull this back, including their own Kitsune Rush. They're not getting aggressive in their positioning, though. They're staying back on the point with a conservative placement.
I mean, that's going to allow Alinee to get lots of value out of the Mercy damage boost here, right? You can pocket the Ashe, pocket the Hanzo, and the Kiriko even, and let them do their work. And that's exactly what Aline's doing right now in this high ground.
And it's enabled the DPS to come through and not only take down Kermit, but Rizzard up as well. So 2 players out, rest of Piggiez trying to retreat.
Yeah, and this is actually a good spot for Alinee Healing, right? Because you've got 4 ultimates here, just the Valkyries in that last team fight, right? Still nothing really for the Piggies to work with. And we know probably already that Ramacha ultimate is going to be a fight winner, as is the Kiriko ultimate, right? So then you kind of just got 2 free DPS ultimates that you can use for time and space whenever you want, because they're not your win conditions. And here we go with one of those win conditions, that Ramacha ultimate.
Into a small room as well. There's just no escape for Kermit. They gotta kill Bowie before they can kill them, and it's not happening. Bowie emerges victorious in that duel. Stone landing a headshot with the Hanzo is gonna seal the deal on this team fight.
Right, and you kept the Kitsune Rush as well, just 1 DPS ultimate and 1 win condition, as it were, for Alinee Healing, and now they can do the same in the next team fight with Bob and Kitsune Rush. That's a really good idea. The problem is now they're going up against all 5 ultimates of Piggiez, now that they have those ultimates secured and built up.
So this is going to be a fast and furious fight. Alinee Healing are going to be the first to pull the trigger. Bob thrown in for both of our teams, and it's currently a 6v6. Feeling nostalgic to a fault. Bob, though, able to whittle down Piggiez. And now it is Alinee Healing with the advantage. Piggiez do have control as they hit 90%, and we're approaching a final fight. Love's Rage is starting to pull this back. Default's back on their feet, and Alinee Healing are falling by the wayside. Paradox is able to provide an answer, and it's just Vixia left on this point. Sawhill returns on the Doomfist, trying to regroup with Love's Rage on the left-hand side, and they do so successfully, finding a pair of kills between the 2 of them. And Piggiez have managed to claw their way back into this thing. Bowie is going to fall. Stone is left with less than 25 health. Rizzard up with the final blow on that. Piggiez are going to close this out here. It's 2 and done on Oasis. Alinee tried to stall for as long as possible, but that is the end of it. Piggiez up 1-0 in the series.
3v5 was the situation there. It was Default, Lover's Rage, and Vixian in and around the objective, right, for Piggiez to bring that back. And I want to highlight the Mercy player here, Vixian, actually, because what they did was they played a really, really interesting tempo. So when the opposing team was coming back to the point Alinee Healing, when they were coming back to the objective, they were pocketing the Ashe player, right, Kermit, to try and get a kill. They did that on the default, and then once the fight had kind of reopened, they were pocketing Lover's Rage on the Tracer, and you saw a second Mercy assist, and then all of a sudden it's 3v3. Piggiez have better respawns. They come back, and they take the team point and the map.
Props to Sawhill as well with that late swap out of the Doomfist. Able to regroup with Love's Rage. Didn't panic. Didn't just go for the first target they saw. They knew they needed to coordinate with what reinforcements they had left on the point. A really good team play coming out of Piggiez and able to take that final fight. It was looking desperate. They clawed that one back. They had no business winning that, but they just refused to die.
Yeah, and just a reminder, the stakes on the line as well make that even more impressive. The winner of this match and the winner of this map in the case of Piggiez means that they go to day 2. They guarantee themselves in the top 8. So the winner of this series has a lot to play for, right? So it's a lot in the next map.
Do we have any sense if a loss, 3-2, have any hope of making it in?
I was doing a little bit of math earlier, and I think it's quite unlikely.
Yeah, we've got, okay, your top 14 teams currently heading into this round, heading into round 5. Top 14 teams are sitting at 3-1 or undefeated. So, yeah, 3-2. I feel like you're putting your fate in somebody else's hands.
I think there is like a slight chance that the 8th team is 3-2, and then you're putting map differential and some other factors at play. I think there might be one 3-2 teams that make it. One 3-2 team that makes it, but I'm kind of unsure on that.
There you go. Stakes are high here in this match as we're getting into the end of our group stage. Round 5 of 6, which brings us to our second map.
Yep, second map. I kind of missed the map in my ear. What's the map?
Numbani.
Oh, Numbani.
It's that brand new map.
Too.
Yeah, it's that brand new map that we've never seen before.
I like Numbani. It's good for mercy play too, right? Because you've got lots of high grounds to play around, lots of poking angles. So this is going to be interesting. I haven't seen Numbani in a while, and I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, we were joking in chat earlier in the day about it being brand new, just for that reason, right? We haven't seen Numbani in what feels like forever. Always a fun map to watch. Good for mercies, good for Winston's. Good for some long range DPS as well.
Yeah, I think Numbani's awesome, right? I don't think it's really appreciated at lower ranks because it's really hard to play because of all the high grounds, right? It's kind of like a difficulty sense, like a Hollywood point B or like an Iconval point B, but most of the entire map, right? I think point C is quite linear, and a lot of people like point C Numbani, but I think it's really fun and really intricate. Fun fact, actually, for when it comes to Numbani and skill levels, if you won Numbani in Contenders Trials 2021 Season 2, you won the series. All the Numbani winners won their series.
There you go. We'll see if that trend continues.
I from ages ago.
I feel like we haven't seen Numbani since then, so
maybe not.
We'll see if that trend continues here in Ride of the Valkyries, as we're now in 2023, and yet Numbani still the linchpin in Overwatch. Overwatch 2, should I say.
I just remember my stat was wrong. It was the second season of 2020. It was that long ago. We're 2023 now, right? Okay, my years are a bit mixed up, and we had COVID as well.
Oh yeah, no, 2020 just like didn't happen. I still stand by that was the last time we saw Numbani in competitive.
Probably, probably.
All right, Piggy's starting us off on the defense here. We are going to get Saul Hill on the Winston.
Yeah, makes sense.
Kermit
makes a lot of sense.
Out the Ash. Interestingly enough, at least by my eyes, is the Kiriko instead of the Ana.
Yeah, I mean, Kiriko's just really good right now. Although I do actually really like the Ana here because, I mean, typically, right, what we saw previously on Numbani, a couple of years ago, is you would have your Winston feed for ult charge and you build up nano boost, right? And that was one of your win conditions. But both teams opting for the Kiriko here.
Yeah, that's the Ana Winston's such a classic win con in this map. That's why it stood out to me. But yeah, Kiriko in a very strong place. Can't deny it. A lot of shots on the Bowie. That was hip fire for days coming out of Kermit. Both of our Winstons hit the dirt. Default. Able to claw it back. Immediately responding. Now there's time for a res. Quick little flyover. Easy peasy there for Elite.
Yeah, no, good res, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. I mean, Bowie's going to be able to get onto the character here, but they're hard pocketed. This is good mercy gameplay. Getting around the point. Another fight. Going in and around the objective.
Oh, that was contested at 99%, and Piggies are here. They're sticking around, and they're getting kills. Stone is going to fall. Boy, looking to tackle. Love his range, but the recall is available. Kermit's able to pick up one. Paradox hanging out alone on the point. Just gets surrounded.
And you know what? The res on the Bowie actually made that a lot harder. I thought that was going to be a pretty free re-engage from Piggies onto the point. It was a good one. It was last second. I thought it was being a little bit silly for a second. I thought they weren't going to touch the point, but they did. They took a pretty advantageous team fight for them in the Piggies, right? Because there were some members still coming back from the longer spawns here on Numbani. Point A that we have. I think that's the reason a lot of people don't like Numbani. Point A is if you lose one early, you have to travel a long, long way on the offense.
Boy, with Primal Rage, gonna force Rizzard up to make that travel. Kermit trying to escape, using every cooldown in the book, still just getting battered all the way back. Nice coach gun, kept some distance. Meanwhile, Rizzard up's back on their feet. Kermit does eventually fall to Bowie after the Primal Rage fades away. And I Need Healing are starting to grab some point presence. Love his Rage is contesting for now, has a pulse bomb in the pocket, ready to go. But with teammates falling all around, they choose to hold on to it.
Yeah, I actually really liked the decision from Bowie. to get on the Kermit and just get them out of the fight, because I think they were really close to Bob, right? I'm sure I Need Healing knew that. So that was a really, really good decision from Bowie in that last fight. Both teams have both DPS ultimates for this next fight, and Bowie's just bullying Kermit out of the lobby right now.
Yeah, Bowie chased down quite a few exit picks, which has bought so much space. I mean, look how far up I Need Healing are pressed.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested to see how many times, like, Bowie is forced out of cooldown. Of course, we don't have that statistic, like, readily available, but they're having a really good map here. I didn't really see much of them apart from that Rematcher Ultimate Team fight on the first map, but this has been a really good map of Overwatch from them.
Bob thrown out. Doesn't make it all the way out to the objective. It looks like it did make it through to put some pressure under the backline of I Need Healing. Lean under a lot of pressure indeed as Sawhill pops a Primal Rage inside the store. Looks to go for the Kiriko, but looks like the Swift Step was available. Recall there for Stone. So only one casualty from I Need Healing as Sawhill tries to find some solace of their own. Boy, putting some pressure down on the other side. See if they can buy some space for the teammates to get back in the fight. Unfortunately, they end up out on an island of their own.
Yeah, I don't think they were ever getting out of that one. They tried to maybe
they
like
tried.
get an exit pick on the way out. I actually really enjoyed the two tanks in this game. I really wanted to see where Sawhill was at in terms of like a competitive experience and learning about someone that I don't know too much about. But Bowie's made this really competitive here on Numbani, and both teams now with Kiriko ultimates. Those are the win conditions.
Yep, both team had invested it already. It looked like I Need Healing got the better placement, was able to get a little, you know, some deep into the back lines with theirs. Bowie able to take advantage. Find a very important kill onto the Kiriko. Only a Vixen Healing remains as she's in the sky. Speaking of in the sky, Bowie is up top hanging out on the balcony, buying some high ground here for I Need Healing so they can have oversight on the entirety of point B. Piggy's looking to regroup and see how they're going to contest.
And when they recontest, they're going to have the Bob in and around. It's almost there. Just maybe one headshot from Kermit with the pocket will get there. But they're running low on health in and around the point. Sawhill running really low.
That was a clutch Susie from Rizzard. I think Sawhill would have gone down otherwise. Love his rage drops the poles. Paradox and Bowie are both very, very low. 0.65 meters away from the point being capped. Piggies are able to move in and reclaim this space. They absolutely just yanked the rug out from underneath I Need Healing.
I think they were just waiting for that Bob. That was kind of the trigger for Piggies to go back in, but it was almost too late, right? 0.65 meters is not a lot of distance, and it was almost the, I was going to say it was almost the distance between point C for I Need Healing. It was the exact distance.
It was close, though. We talk about down to the wire. Piggies were cutting that one extremely close. Bowie goes up top, and it's a bit of a scientist v scientist duel, but Piggies has a pocket. So Bowie at a disadvantage isn't going to pursue. Sits back and helps protect the rest of their squad. Sawhill going in deep, looking for the Mercy. Lane's able to hit that Valk and get the heck out of dodge while Bowie finishes off Kermit once again. Seems to be priority number one here for Bowie. Follows it up on a kill onto Love His Rage, and that is both DPS falling. Sawhill's going to go down, and finally this cart starts moving into point C.
I think Piggies' offensive trigger there to get into the backline was a little bit slow. By the time they already kind of set up the dive, Stone and Kit got in, got a bit of work done, and I Need Healing had already taken advantage in the fight. I didn't have to really do much else, right? Just the Bob used in that last team fight, and they've got a Kiriko Ultimate versus Kiriko Ultimate again for this next one, but there is a small window of opportunity for the attacking side to use the Casino Rush before Piggies have it on morning.
Oh, Kermit and Stone both traded out. Bowie gets that kill on to Fixia, though. Oh, no. With her going down, Piggies are in a bit of a desperate spot here. I think they do have time for one more contest, though. Yeah, the carts still got a little ways to go.
Yeah, they can come back in with their own Casino Rush. It was a good window for I Need Healing, though. They did really well to get that Casino Rush off from Paradox before Piggies had one of their own available.
Love His Rage already low. Throws. That was a pulse from Stone, as a matter of fact, that landed next to Sawhill. Now that rush does come out alongside the point. Bowie's right in the thick of it, just standing on the cobblestones, trying to shield from Bob, but not even the bubble is going to keep you alive through that one. It's Kermit coming up with a pair.
Yep. No ultimates, though, for Piggies in this next team fight. I wonder if you stick on the Doomfist, right? Because you're 56 on Meteor Strike, right? You're going to be... If you die in this next team fight at all anyways, right, you're going to want to keep the Doomfist to come back out. So I wonder if you just stay on it, right, to have that potential ultimate and win condition later on.
Certainly looks like Sawhill's just going to choose to do just that. Holding down corner here. Bowie making a swap over to the Orisa to try to combat the Doomfist. Uses the Fortify earlier to try to claim second corner, and Sawhill still hiding on the stairwell. Stone goes in to pursue, and now it's a bit of a duel going on. Bowie decides to turn their attention over to Love is Rage. Sawhill manages to get out and rejoin the rest of the squad. Bob thrown in by default. Bowie goes, move in. And yeah, nice little 1-2 punch. Takes Sawhill out of the fight. Rizzard up is back behind the attackers right now. And everybody's trying to focus them down, and ends up Suzuing and Swift stepping themselves just to survive. Pulse Bob thrown to the back from Stone. Alongside Default, they're able to pick up a couple of kills. This is going to go into overtime with Bob being thrown onto the point. Bob takes down Bully with help from Love and Sawhill as well. Kitsune rush from the attackers, trying to escort this thing home, but I'm not sure the Fox is going to be enough. Stone is able to take Sawhill out of this fight. Stone is still alive in the back. Trying to take on Love is Rage. Rizzard up. Both fall as the DPS get the job done.
That was an interesting last fight, wasn't it? I didn't know who was going to win that. That changed hands about
Seriously?
2 or 3 times.
Yeah, that was down to the wire. Once the tank falls, particularly when you're trying to push in those last couple meters, it can be so hard for the attackers to really get those kills quickly enough to overcome the spawn advantage without a tank. But Stone and Default are able to find the shots needed. Stone just kind of getting in and dancing around the steps, meaning there was nowhere for Piggiez to hide.
Yeah, no. I thought Stone had a really good map, actually. As an individual player, a tier 3 player, they are one, because what they were doing in particular that was really, really good was they were doing a lot with not many resources, right? They would go out, get a couple of cooldowns just on their own, or they would get a kill on their own. I thought it was really, really good. I thought Stone had a really good individual map there.
Some good pulses as well, using pulse to get out those cooldowns or to get health bars very low.
Yeah,
and they're sticking with the Tracer here on the defense. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Stone's a really good Tracer, but I really like their Echo, and I was actually wondering if they were going to play it. Echo is a hero that we see a lot on Numbani point A, and B, defense in particular, because there's lots of little pieces of, I guess, architecture that you can use in the air to avoid certain bullets hitting you in the face. That's typically a good strategy in Overwatch.
You can also bounce, from high ground to low ground just at whim with an Echo and really take advantage.
Yeah, and kind of like ping pong with your Winston to touch the point. That's obviously something you can do, and obviously you don't have another tank to do that in Overwatch too.
Oh, they get it the res. Okay, no. Sawhill almost intercepted that. Alinee went low, but is able to survive. Some expert mercy play means I Need Healing are still at full strength here for this defense. Otherwise, that initial kill could have just been absolutely detrimental.
Breaking the action here. I thought Piggiez were going to slow it down because they had some low health bars, but Sawhill just went in and is going to pay the price.
Yeah, Love is Rage had circled around the outside, going all the way up to that high ground. Sawhill tried to go accompany him, but as you had mentioned, the health bars were just too low. They weren't quite at full strength with either cooldown or health.
I mean, they could have slowed it down 100% and then went in once they were ready to go, and you would have probably been closer to your Kiriko ultimate. I think it was the misguided step from Piggiez.
Gonna get a bit of an Ashe duel once again to start this off. Default looking for a little bit of revenge after the last time. Both of our Ashes damage boosted. So it's a fair fight here. 2 headshots in a row from Default. That was nasty. Kermit's going to get res, but talk about sending a message. Paradox is able to put one in first class there for Love is Rage as well. So still an advantage to this defense. Even after the res, Default almost got the kill on a Kermit again.
Yeah, and the Mercy Pocket to boot. Alinee doing a really good job of setting up Default, I think, on this defense so far.
Nice coach gun, keeps Sawhill off of that high ground. And then here comes Bowie, just going to drop in on top of him. A lot of I Need Healing converging onto Sawhill, who's trying to get the rest of that Primal Rage up. We'll get it. Bowie already popped theirs. Sawhill going in a small room, being followed by both Paradox and Stone, and will eventually meet their end. Stone eats a shot, has to back up a little bit. Looks like the defense kind of... Well, where are they? Ocean, where's the defense? There they go. Okay. We were looking at Piggiez building up percentage, and the defense nowhere to be found. Finally, they return. There is a Bob waiting for him on the objective, and percentage is building.
Kermit's got 9. They've done it.
Oh my
Stone's
goodness.
gonna touch. Kermit's killed 3, and that's it.
Now, Bowie and Paradox are both still here. I think trying to stall long enough for them to get some friends onto this point, but nah, to no avail.
You know, I've been trying to stall to get some friends, and it's like I'm stalling right now. It's just not happening. It just never happened, really.
Vamp for friends.
Yeah. You know, that's also an invitation to the broadcast. I need the that's a joke. Actually, is it? No, it's not. Hello, my name's Ocean. I'm a caster.
There you go. You got lots of friends out there. Don't you worry, Ocean. Don't you worry.
I don't know. I needed to make the event more casual, be too strict, and there you go. That was my attempt at it. That's my attempt at small talk and humor.
I appreciate it. I think the Christmas sweater does a good job of that as well. Alinee is able to get that res off up top despite Sawhill's best efforts. We do have considering a rush invested from both of our teams. Both on the low ground over the back of this objective. The payload's still quite a bit of ways away. And with Bowie finding that pick onto the Kiriko, might be difficult. Oh, yeah, that pulse bomb a little bit off the mark.
Ooh, nice
Oh
trying
my
to get out.
goodness.
Ooh, nice
Yeah,
little bit of
Vixie.
big- Oh, no! Oh, that's
we were
a
rooting
shame.
for you, Vixie. We were rooting for you.
I thought they got it away. I saw that little
Me
sneaking
too.
maneuver. That was awesome. We saw a shadow of it, but it was awesome.
You think the Fox is fast? That Vixie had moved like lightning through Numbani there. That was fantastic.
2 kills for Stone again. This guy is really, really good. An underrated tier 3 player. I don't know. You know, when you're talking about flex DPS players who maybe deserve to move up to tier 2 and have opportunities, Stone is never really mentioned, but I think he's a really good tier 3 level player, and it's definitely showing his quality in this lobby.
I mean, it's basically a spawn hold right now from Alinee and Healing as Sawhill just runs out there. It looks like a bit of a flailing attempt and just gets reduced to pieces. Small back going on, but Stone's all over it.
I wonder why Sawhill's not mirroring the monkey run on. Sawhill's got a pretty good Winston. I think that both monkeys have a really good value. And I just think Winston's better right now than Orisa on Point B Numbani.
Ooh, hot take. Hot take. I don't know. I haven't seen Numbani in too long. I'm not sure. I'm going to trust your expert opinion on that. Primal Rage from Bowie, trying to muscle through the Immortality Field on the other side. Can't get the kill and has to just double jump out of there. Finds both healers and back to the high ground goes, I need healing. Somebody needs to remind them that they're defending point B because this looks like a point A defense and it's working for them. Default on this high ground is able to pick up one as Piggies were making the way to the point but get punished in that rotation. And now I'm not sure they have the sustain to last through this fight. Sawhill's about to learn this the hard way.
So we just ended like a Winston bubble for a little bit there. So even if their supports came back to the fight, they weren't able to heal them up. And this is a rough turn of events for Piggies. Sawhill desperately going over to the Doomfist. It seems like Piggies, as a team, as a collective, are all out of ideas.
Doomfist worked for him on Oasis. We'll see if it can get the job done here. Better at attacking than on defense as we get a trade. God, once again, Alinee's able to get off of these miraculous reses. And it's definitely enough to put Alinee Healing firmly on top in this team fight.
Yeah, it's good. And realistically, yes, they used a lot of ultimates. I need healing, but Piggies only have one themselves. It's going to have to be one mad Valkyrie to set up Kermit and Lover's Rage in this next team fight if Piggies are going to get through point B and have a chance of taking Numbani.
Can we do it? Can we say the name of the tournament in the match in a prolific way? There you go. Vixie taking it to the skies, looking for it. Sawhill's going to join them on the high ground. Kermit falls, though, after swapping to the Genji. It is just not the answer. Default's able to get that kill. Res up. Vixie's able to find that one, but sacrifices herself for it. Stone's going to find the other support, and there is a notable lack of sustain left. Rest of Piggies forced off the objective. I need healing, sending us to map 3.
Yeah, no, it was a good map from them. I thought they were really, really good on point A. What Alinee Healing did really well that I liked is they kind of set up their win conditions really well. Not just always an ultimate, but for example, their win condition is to win the Astral at the start of a fight. Set default up to win the Judge. Our win condition for this fight is simply getting Stone involved with a pulse bomb. they played their win conditions really well there on Numbani. I thought that was a good map for them.
They did a good job of isolating Sawhill quite a few times to where there was just it's just communication, just good communication, good teamwork to put some focus onto that tank as well. We have just been informed that this is our first map 3 of the tournament.
I think of the day on the broadcasting games. I'm sure there's been a map 3 elsewhere, right?
Fair enough. Yes, of the tournament that we have seen, you're right. There are a lot of games being played off stream, so I can't speak to that. That's an important correction. But map 3 is Push, so we'll be waiting on Piggy's decision on which of the 3 maps they want to take us to.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Of course, Push is our new Overwatch 2 game mode, and while we're here and we're doing a community event, why don't you tell me your thoughts on the game mode so far?
My thoughts on Push?
Yeah.
I like Esperanza. I think
I'm with you on
Esperanza
that.
is a wonderful map. So I think Push has a lot of room to be a wonderful game mode. The first 2 maps we got, I don't think showcased how good a game mode this could really be.
I think I'm with you on that. I think Esperanza is a really good map in Overwatch 2. I think it's like a top 5 purple. The other 2 they're good maps, but I don't think they've enhanced what Push could be as a game mode quite yet.
I will say, I think it's done an incredible job of teaching us as a community that Overwatch 2 is more about how you engage and disengage than we ever saw in Overwatch 1, and Push really exemplifies that. And no map is it more important to have that engage and disengage property than on Colosseo, which will be our map 3 here for this matchup. And because 1 kill and the whole fight can be done, the smartest thing to do is how to disengage and where to back up and take your next fight. And those rotations can be you can be very clever with those rotations to try to really set yourself up to win future fights. Push has done a lot of good for us, all right? Like, I know it's not everybody's favorite map type or game type, but Push has done some good things for us, I'm telling you.
What I will say is Colosseo is a heckin' beautiful map.
It is beautiful, aesthetically gorgeous.
And also brought one of the funniest moments I've ever seen, the whole 3 minutes without a kill in both Contenders and Overwatch. They got a moment like that, actually.
And it just goes to show you the importance of that 1 kill in this game type. Just kind of reinforces what I was talking about prior. We are going to get, it's Sawhill on the Orisa this time, and Bowie coming out on the Reinhardt here to start things off. Our deciding map for this series and who will move on to our double elim bracket tomorrow is underway. We're 30 seconds in, and it's Sawhill and Piggiez who have a bit more presence at the moment.
This is going to be a very neutral team fight, where you're going to see Stone try and help Bowie sustain on the Reinhardt, while you're going to see Sawhill just kind of sitting here because Arisa's really good in neutral, trying to open up angles for Kermit on the Widowmaker.
The Orisa just has so many good cooldowns. Ooh, is giving up some of those valuable angles, though, as Bowie's going to put some pressure down and allows Default some room to find first blood. Now Sawhill just turns around with the Javelin spin to get out of there as quick as possible.
Ooh, Vixie getting low, they go down! Oh, and Rizzard was there. So I wonder why that happened, right? Vixie was super low and just didn't get the resources from their fellow support.
That kill came in so quick. It's hard to fault Rizzard up for that. I mean, that was just fast. Kermit's gonna keep the hurt going. Maybe trying to pull Piggiez back through into this fight. Sawhill's able to get one. But Kermit is gonna fall, and the back and forth continues. Will eventually be able to regain control of the spot, but I Need Healing made some great progress.
No, they have. They're actually really close to the checkpoint. I don't know who's got the presence in and around the objective right now. I think it was just the Kiriko for a short moment in time. Now they have to hop off the objective for a little bit.
All right, Piggy's trying to use a respawn advantage, and it's the Rush coming out from I Need Healing to try to send them packing. Rush now thrown in from Piggiez as Rizzard up and the rest of the team drops down to the low ground, but they've got Lava to deal with. They're able to dance around it. Love is Rage, finding a pair. The Lava not melting the wheels off that Bastion just yet.
Never did I think I would be casting Widowmaker Bastion on Colosseo. Never. Did not think that was a possibility. Stone has seen this as an interesting one. It's gone over to the Genji. I think that's a wise swap against these two heroes, obviously, right? If you deflect in front of the Bastion, you limit their sentry mode, right? So I think it's a good idea, but Stone just got clipped in the head before the team fight even started.
Rez is in. He's able to get that off, but goes down as the energy javelin just pierces right through the heart of I Need Healing. And now no longer on the table. Stone and Bowie trying to bring this back. Bowie's able to pick up one, but puts themselves in a very tough spot to make it happen. A self-Suzu from Paradox. They're able to teleport to the other side, up into the sky. Love his rages all over it. They track him through every step of the way.
Yeah, it was a good fight for them. I think killing Stone early on was really important. Setting up that team fight, because obviously, right, it's harder to get your Widowmaker in a position or your Bastion in a position to get good value if you have a Genji in front of you, right? So it was an important kill, and it set them up really well.
Not to mention it drew Alinee in to get that kill after the res. Dropping down, I Need Healing are going to prevent Piggiez from taking the lead, at least without them winning a fight. They're going to make them work for it. Bowie falls, those no more take. Paradox falls immediately thereafter, and it's a very swift fight as Piggiez are going to escort this barricade over the yellow line.
Yeah, they're going to take the lead for now, and they could even get the checkpoint. Let's see who can touch right now. It might have to be Stone, and they might also have to throw out the Dragon Blade. Let's see. Do they get the checkpoint? I think they will.
Yeah, there's no contest there. That is close response unlocked here for Piggiez. I Need Healing rotating around, switching over to the Orisa. Both of them golded up, and it's a fight over the point. Teleport is there. Rizzard up, able to swift step back on as Bowie throws themselves in to make that happen. But I Need Healing is able to find the rest of the kills along the way.
See, now this is where we're going to see the benefits of getting the checkpoint, right? So Piggiez got the checkpoint, which means they activated closer respawns, which means they're going to get a fight in the end of this Colosseo and don't really have a risk, at least of losing before this fight begins, of losing the lead that they have.
Simultaneous Kitsune rushes, Bob thrown in here from default. Dragon Blade pull from Stone as they go into the back, and they're going to find the Mercy. Vixian falls. No disengage coming through from Piggiez. This has been interesting to watch. I was talking about the importance of the disengage. The Mercy with the res seems to encourage just go in there and go full bore. If you can get the res, awesome. If not, die on cart. Or bot, I suppose.
I guess this is also a really good opportunity for I Need Healing to take the lead. They should get the checkpoint in and around when Piggiez try to recontest the point. And also, they have a little bit of an ultimate advantage here. A little bit of an opening where they have the Valkyrie and they have this Terra Surge, right? So they've got lots of options here.
So using the Javelin Spin and the Fortify just to see if they can pierce through the ranks. They've lost Paradox behind them, though. So with that healing gone, they're going to drop down to the low ground. Sawhill giving pursuit. Eats an energy javelin and some shots to the dome. Tank is gone. Paradox got res. Sawhill gets rezzed. Still a +1 to I Need Healing on this objective as the Terror Surge is thrown in. It's going to be a Suzu. Sawhill fearlessly stands in front of that and then just charges right into Bowie's face. Spinning the javelin up. Suzu to keep Bowie alive as the two Oasis just go head to head. The rest of Piggy's reinforcements show up in that hallway, though, and I Need Healing retreat.
Yeah, I Need Healing, though, activate their closer respawns for this next fight. And also, Jeff, we're at 66.42 for both teams. The checkpoint. This could definitely be a draw.
Well, there's something I've never seen in push. Big Omnic Butler thrown right onto TS1. Pushes Tim Smith forward a little bit. Couple of kills here for I Need Healing. Bowie looking to add to it. Rez comes through, so it's a 4v5 favoring I Need Healing at the moment. Piggy's trying to fall back, see if they can find some ground and some angles to see if they can equalize in this fight. But there's a Bob they got to worry about. Love his rage, not able to escape his wrath. Rizzard up, falls as Bowie's able to weave those shots through expertly. Sawhill falls certainly thereafter.
So I wonder if Piggiez can get a touch on this robot before it starts moving. They're going to have to, otherwise the lead goes for I Need Healing. And there it is, the lead has flipped in the favor of I Need Healing. And now they've also taken control of this high ground, Jad, which means they've got a really good sight line for this Kitsune rush. And you know what that means? They can get their Orisa forwards and take resources away from the Piggiez.
It's rush from both sides. Both Oasis go deep. And it's Sawhill who finds the goods. Rizzard able to find their counterpart as well, but it's Sawhill leading the charge, even able to gobble up a pulse bomb along the way.
Ooh, Rez here for Vixian to try and get the fight go. Yeah, no, never mind. That's the wrong Mercy.
No, that's all
Wrong side of
Piggies.
things.
That's all Piggies.
I was wondering why they were going so sneaky. There's no one there.
Why aren't these blue heroes shooting that Mercy? Oh wait, that is a blue Mercy.
I just don't know what the sneaking was for. Which is completely unnecessary. It did look cool though.
Nice little stop. Keeps Bob from going too far into the backline. Sawhill still giving chase to Bowie, though. And with Lova's Rage at their side, it's just overwhelming damage. Sawhill pushing out, looking for anybody remaining. I need healing, need to get out of there. Lead got the memo just a bit too late.
Yeah, I think this is going to be interesting because this could be a lead swap here for Piggies. And that means they'll also have the early respawns, right? So what will happen is they get a fight at the end of Colosseo. So they kind of can lose one fight on purpose. Well, not purpose, but they get kind of a throwaway team play.
Ooh, Bowie's able to kill one with the Terror Surge. Default gets 2 as well. Sawhill in a lot of trouble. Bowie with that final blow. And no, Piggies will not be getting the lead. Not yet.
Ooh, I mean, early respawns are still there, but I Need Healing kept the lead. So, you know that kind of throwaway team fight the Piggies, I thought Piggies had? They don't have it at all. They still need to win this one, win it fast to make sure they take the lead and take the series.
Bowie biting off a little more than they can chew, kind of out in the open. Speaking of out in the open, Default eats a bullet between the eyes. Reese is basically holding hands up there. They were so close. Eye to eye. Default removes Sawhill from the equation. Lover Rage into the back. Dies to the bomb from Default. And I Need Healing are going to surge forward. Piggies can't even win the first fight that they needed.
Both teams 3-1. 4-1 record needed to guarantee your spot in day 2 here in Ride of the Valkyries. Piggies looking like they need to win 3 fights in a row to get the lead and secure map 3. It's going to be difficult, but they have got tools available. Both support ultimates for the Piggies.
And this is their last chance as the Kitsune Rush comes out from both of our squads. Sawhill holding down the corner to the back. Terror Surge unleashed, but Paradox is able to just swift step right on out of there. Still in a corner is Default. Default somehow still alive. Look at the heals from a lead. You're gotta be kidding me. Default, the immortal, able to survive through all of it. I Need Healing flawless in their final fight, in their final map. They pull it back after losing Oasis. They win 2 in a row to send themselves into our double elim bracket tomorrow.
Wow. That was awesome in the last fight. Default and a lead in that little corner. Just keeping each other alive. Wow. I Need Healing. Technically, a reverse sweep in our first of 2 series. Securing themselves into day 2 by the looks of things as well. Lots of stakes on the line there. And a clutch play from the Mercy on the last game that we're going to see today on the Ride of the Valkyrie stream. Wow. That was awesome.
We couldn't have it any other way. You got a clutch Mercy play to close out one of the closest series we have seen all day long. It doesn't get any better than this. Your shirt is right. It is Christmas.
It is Christmas. Actually, I just noticed on this Christmas shop, see this little cherry-like thing, right? It's like pops out.
That's a mistletoe.
It's it's in front of, like, you can actually like touch it. Like, in particular, it's like thicker than the rest of the jumper. I don't like it actually. I might cut that bit off.
Oh, on that very important, insightful fact coming out of Ocean, we're going to take a quick intermission. We'll come back. We got an interview still for you. Don't go anywhere. We have an interview with Alinee, Mercy player here from I Need Healing. Thank you so much for taking the time to come talk with us. Congrats on the victory.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so you were talking to us a little bit before we went live that there was a little bit of different philosophies on how to approach this tournament. Can you elaborate a little bit on that for us?
Yeah, so my team, we are people that really don't know each other. Like, I just know like 2 people in my team, and the other 2 I don't. And it's kind of like the same for my teammates. We don't know each other. So there's a lot of like different opinions during matches of like what we should do. So it has been like really complicated to keep like to be on the same line when it comes to matches. But I think we have been doing pretty good.
I'd say so. You're 4-1 in the tournament. I'd say pretty good is an understatement, my friend.
Yeah, awesome. I talking about awesome things, an awesome moment. There was an awesome moment for yourself and Default at the end of Colosseo that sort of won the map, right? And actually won the series as well. Talk to me about the emotions and the feeling of trying to pocket and keep Default alive at the end there.
Yeah, no, pretty much my job in this kind of matches is to stay with Default. We're kind of like the duo of the team. This Default is like playing Ash, playing like Farah Echo, things that Mercy has to usually pocket. So he's usually the key to win games. He's honestly an insane hit scan, so I knew like to win that one because he was being focused by Rizzard, Tracer. I think someone else, I was like, okay, I really need to use my resources on this person, and so my team can like handle the rest.
It looked awesome, and like the chat went mental. I did go back and check. I usually don't, but it was a really, really wholesome reaction to the awesome piece of support play. I've got one more question before I hand you over to Bull Skunk. Talk to me about yourself. You know, you're obviously a streamer. Do you play a lot of Mercy? Tell us and the coming folks watching a bit about yourself and what you do.
Okay, well, my name is Alinee. I've been playing Overwatch since season 7, 8. So I've been here for a couple of years. And I've been streaming for like 4 years, always just Overwatch. And I have always been like really passionate about Mercy because of her design. And honestly, I just think it's really fun to just be flying around, like healing your teammates. I think that's what keeps me playing Overwatch, is Mercy.
Cool. That's awesome. I guess this is a tournament built for you then, huh?
Yeah, pretty much. Skiesti did us a favor with doing this tournament because I feel like Mercy one tricks are usually the ones that are very discriminated when it comes to like the competitive scene more than other one tricks. So I feel like Skiesti did us a favor doing this tournament, and I think people are loving it too. So.
Well, we have certainly had a blast getting to cast a lot of Mercy and getting to cast your Mercy play. I do want to follow up, kind of just in the same vein that Ocean was talking about. Just a couple of quick fire questions here, kind of get to know you. Sandwich, crust, or no crust?
Crust.
Yes. All right.
Let's go.
All right. Dogs or cats?
I have both, but I think I prefer cats.
Okay. My dog disagrees, in case you couldn't tell.
No, I love my dogs, but I don't know. It's something about cats that I just.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Hey, we just want to get to know you. That's the whole point. Is water wet?
No, I think it's dry.
Oh yeah. All right.
Let's go.
Hey, Alinee, thank you so much for coming to talk with us. Congrats once again on the victory. Where can people find you and watch your stream? And are there any shout-outs you want to give?
You can find me on twitch.tv/AlineeTV. And also big shout out to Paradox and Bowie. Well, to all my teammates, but Paradox and Bowie have been like trying to like keep everything together, especially Paradox. OW. Go check him out. He's really nice. And a really good support.
Love it. Couldn't agree more. Well, hey, we appreciate you once again. Have fun with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
All right. Ocean, what a day one. What a wonderful day one we have had.
Yeah, I really, really enjoyed it. We had some epic moments. I got to take the dog for a walk during the broadcast. And yeah, it was good fun.
I think I need to do the same. Mine is freaking out over here. So that is gonna bring us to the end of our broadcast. We'll go take care of our doggos and our cats and the fam around you. Take care of everybody around you. That's what we do. Well, there's nothing left but to see. We will see you tomorrow. We have our double Elium bracket going on tomorrow. So rubber's gonna hit the road, and we hope to see you all there, friends. Meantime, thanks for hanging out with us, and we'll see you tomorrow. More Ride of the Valkyries.